Why do you think English people know so little about Ireland?
Ignorance is built into our culture. Always from the start of time, from they fucking started taking over every country in the world, they refused to learn their history and refused to come to terms with it. That's the difference between Germany. After the World War, they learned everything about the fucking World War, and now they've come to terms to the fact that, all right, the Nazis were a thing. The best thing we can do is acknowledge it and get over it. Whereas the Brits just want to just hide their past because they'd feel too guilty.
Why do you think English people know so little about Ireland?
Ignorance is built into our
Haters. 但这个7比5的分数，以进攻图的属性来说 ，XLG 还是在上半场有一定的优势。
那现在压力依然还是要给到 BLG 这边，毕竟在大比分上面自己是一个2比1，每一分都是最后一分啊。
而且起初那把进攻狙的那个时间点给出去，其实让XLG 追到了很多的节奏。
哎，那么还是中场小放松一下。开局你会选择半甲标配还是无甲鬼魅呢？
就看你是一个偏保守的玩家，还是一个拼将的选手了。
哎，这其实也会跟你的英雄有关系啊。像幽影啊这种英雄，你要去买自己的暗眼啊，买烟，那就可能就没有办法支持去骑鬼魅。
关键是鬼魅对于就是轻甲对于鬼魅应该是有一定的克制的，因为你超枪头105没有办法能够致死嘛。
但是轻甲最怕遇到什么呢？最怕遇到
一把正义，
遇到一把正义啊！
是的，
这我这甲我是起还是不起呢？
哎，看来绝大部分的观众还是更加偏向于无甲鬼魅一些啊。
我的选择也是如此啊，即便我玩幽影，我也是买一个 TP， 然后一把。
你就是传说中的那种不给队友打技能的人是吧？
我觉得手枪局玩法有很多啊，这时候这个游戏非常有意思的地方哦。那我们回到比赛，但半场的7比5，尤其是防守边的气氛还是给到了 XLG 一些喘息的时间。
而且上半场其实我们能够看到，就一把防守端的明驹的压制力有多足。现在 BLG 不仅仅是需要在劣势边去先拿1分，而且明驹的节奏点也很重要。
来看一下这张地图，攻方胜率平均有55.1%，而守方只有44.9%啊。差了接近10个百分点。
但是站在 XLG 的视角，他们只要拿下这1分经济的雪球以及点数的雪球会滚起来。
主要是上半场这个7比5对于 BLG 来说还是比较难受的。现在换边来到自己的防守边，还是想要通过这个手枪分把局面的这个差距给拉回来。
没切入，
零甚至都没有选择去在边线部署哦。XLG 还是把绝大部分的力量部署在了正面，可同样面对一个问题，就是对方的哨位技能需要去清理一下。
第一时间没有着急来控这个 A 大啊，
小加 A 大，但与此同时我们要注意 BLG 中路的反清做的速度很快，
不过有半线。
但点内的小 K 只能先退啊，我感觉他这个点应该是顶不了的，
接不了。
对，要等自己的队友绕后，
但是绕后4人，正面1人怎么打呀？
就要看绕后的收益了。如果绕后能打穿，
现在有2个人回退过来去看自己的背后了。
脚步很多 ，Knife 有2颗闪光 ，A 大主动
打出来了吗？死点位吃正了，有闪，绕后的效果非常好，而且死点出的石头后面的人是有点走不掉的啊，走不掉的看到打了2个，
但也只剩自己了，21滴血，
应该也没有什么悬念了，直接拆包就可以了。
位置被锁死了，没办法。
绕后效果还是非常拔群的。
对，主要我觉得他们动的时机太早了。其实那个时间点，小 K 还没有拿到确切的信息，他们已经是组织好了4个人的位置，准备往中路前推了。这波提前的预判，让他们在对面第1包那一瞬间就已经踩好了位置。
而且这1分一拿，可能在防守端比较期待的一把明驹，其实是可以安排上日程的。包括在第2分，王浩哲可能会起出一把蟒侠或者飞将。
来看一下。果然，蟒侠已经起出来了，而且 BLG 今天好像非常想求稳，他们不想出现就是在对方存钱分有任何的意外情况。
其实有翻过的哦。
对，所以他们一般来说起枪都是全员都起了。
Raga 这里确实是有起到一些枪气，拿了一把风刺。
没补甲，
哦，那看起来应该是一波快速提币了。
有半线，有
哎，
蟒
但好像
侠，
撞到蟒侠了。
哎，烟没了，但临死之前已经是换掉了一个爆能器，安装倒是不成问题，但是你怎么走回去呢？
但好像
枪被捡了。
扣呢，其实提前把烟已经下了。
对，
掉这把蟒侠出去时还是有隐患的，爆点点后有藏人，露西亚把 Raga 给贴掉，正
感
面鬼
觉典
魅交锋被
礼的枪线差
距。
距还是非常明显的，想回旋跳回去有点难打。海北伟从车库杀出，但是正面的人倒地了。海北伟这个角度，你只能眼睁睁的目送对手把爆能器拆完了。
还有闪光体现在做拖延，只能站在原地等着对面过来，没有任何的办法。
比分来到7比7，而且标记其实他们损失的枪线应该是能够得到回收的。
主要是这分其实对于进攻方来说也只起了一把风，字马还低了包，
对，
等于还是达成了目标的。
至少安包之后下一分的假量压力没这么足。
这分还是蛮危险的，第一时间如果不是幽影倒地的话，有一个暗眼，其实是有反清的手段的。
这把蟒侠的位置，王浩哲还是选择偏向 C 区。
Picks up that outlaw
不过这
again.
一
and
轮他就得追
with
求
two
及时的
players
敲头了。
on that
EG
half shield,
2023. Okay, yeah,
certainly
now we're
capable of
talking.
causing some serious damage.
Rest of the weaponry so weak, so ineffective when it comes to battling against these rifles. Have to play a couple of close range angles with the weapons they have, or rely on Wisey with that outlaw to really make some damage.
Just a pause, trying to see if there will be any aggression on this round. Little do they know just how far K-Knight is pushed up. Need to try and clear this without just walking through, because a Spectre can cause some serious damage, and Raga checks the wrong side, and
Really did
K-Knight
good though.
almost gets triple value for the
Instant
money, and now
reactions to push through
Wisey
garage.
walking at mid. Could have caught Happyway.
That's a great call though.
Is a player that will win those clutches when it
Shin's
matters.
guy and he has a ghost.
Pulls the team back, and it'll be a nice rotate over towards C.
Still two of the stronger weapons active though. Bulldogs in Neff and Rusha's hands. If Levius can just survive long enough for these rotates to come through, there's an opportunity to be had. But Coconut is already through the smoke. They don't really care about these smokes here in this region. The spike going down. The hopes of this XLG squad are just going higher and higher. Should be able to win this one. Rusha can do nothing but die.
It's not too bad. It's only
XLG
2
finally
deaths.
winning a round out, but at
Bonus
what
is
cost,
okay.
Veggie?
Well, I'll tell you exactly. 2 Vandals, I believe, is falling down there. Shields as well. It's maximum of 3,900 per person before you take the utility that was used as well. That was your exact cost. If there's
Liquid and Sen.
any number nerds in the
Liquid
chat, then
Sen or
maybe get a
G2
better
level.
answer, but my brain isn't that smart, especially.
At least as a
I've
team,
been
they're
awake
playing
since
like
trying to
similar
figure
level
things out.
Valorant.
But
I'm just
anyway,
not sure the
it's a
individuals have the
final
same
rifle
peak,
round
like across the
coming
board.
in
I feel
on
like
this
some of the
attack side
individuals
for
do.
July.
Do.
Up against
I guess I
some
just haven't seen it
rifles in the hand
across
of
the board.
Billy, and Lucia is in a great spot to pick up
But
1 kill. Will
They
get
probably
taken
have some
down
of the
by
best
Raga
forward
eventually,
into.
but Coconut as well with
We
the
go for the TSM or
into spawn,
into the
collects
split over
2
towards
kills,
C.
and
It's a
all of
classic.
sudden this huge
I
buy
think
from
maybe
Billy
I
Billy
didn't see more of them, to be
is
honest.
falling
But they
quickly
have some of
away.
the best first 4 rounds,
Like they
game
might
plan
wanna
wise, that
play
I've
this
seen
one.
out of any team at the moment.
This is not very common from most teams. Yeah, surely not. They just back away. Maybe just looking for a pick.
Coconut? No,
Spam
dude, this
smoke
Coconut
on.
guy's
Should just be
unbelievable,
a
yeah.
save and gives both
The
these
more I
teams a
watch,
bit
I
of
haven't
time
watched
to
much
talk
as
about what's been going
Gili,
on so
but the more I
far.
watch them, I'm just like, damn, they got a lot of
Pushing the pace a
beasts.
bit. I
Like
feel like
these
they've
3
been very
frag pretty
committed in
heavy.
terms of the sites that they want to take, and also very aggressive when they take those sites, pushing through into extra space, pinching these Billy members who are at the moment isolating themselves a little.
I don't really know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I might be on board with that Saint as well. I still think it's too early to like fully say that with Chess though.
Killed anyone that's trying to think about how to deal with Raga. This man has been nothing short of a delicious pina colada since this map has started. Pure coconut put to its best.
Night
Tasty
Journey
treat.
Yoji,
Billy
thank you so
Billy
much for the
thought they
7
were gonna
months,
be able to
mate.
conquer, but they've been at the hands instead.
Dude, that second kill was so strong.
Coconut so well in this pack so far. I think it just gives us a bit of time to talk, Veg, about
going up. Toxin screen down.
1 enemy remaining.
3 down.
30 seconds left.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. I have
10
the
seconds
spike.
left.
Life plant toxins going up.
Wow. Good job. That's
Toxin
wild.
screen down.
Shit.
It's still sharp, Sabine.
That's true. When Choba raids
sake of
people,
Shilai,
chat,
they
you
need
should
to
probably
make sure
just
they
be
can compromise
should probably
on this,
just
no?
be spamming cast. Right.
And I think now that we have just a bit of time to think about what is going on in this map, it's Xilai playing this really being able to keep up with it, which is surprising considering Billy is known as a fast-paced team, a team that likes to take.
Please have Chobra for the Pacific segment, but the thing is, Chobra was thinking the Pacific. Wait, actually, hold up, Chobra. You said they were only gonna win one game, and then you were hopping off the train, which means that you were at the last stop, and you just been left there. So yeah, honestly, Chobra can be on that chat. I just need 3 people that I can give it
Anytime we
to.
get a tech pause, it's solved in absolute seconds. I think
I'm
we're
on the
the
train
fourth
until I
tech
can
pause of the day,
derail it
and they've
myself.
lasted a
Damn,
maximum
he's the
of 25
inside man.
seconds each.
That's actually messed
Get
up.
this all around. Stick this into EMA. EMA learners rejoice.
Chobra, we were throwing people into the
Eli will
engine
be
to give it
hoping
fuel
that this
earlier.
match
I
lasts
think we
as
won't
quick
find
as
you and
that
do
tech
that.
pause as they come in looking to get themselves onto 10 and push this even further. But the first test
God, we
is gonna
don't
be
clear
Russia with
this?
a judge. Won't find a single thing.
Holy.
Was an opportunity, but not
Hopefully
one that
they
they
get
will
the sound going
capitalize
soon.
on. And now Levius, the sacrificial lamb, left all alone on site yet again. There are members backing them up now, but Neff
Dude,
will be able to
every
do
single time
nothing
I'm watching
as
like
a
one
speed
player
run
that should
round
only get one,
by
and then he
XLG
always gets an extra.
gets them up to 11.
2 away from history, Snow.
We
Monument.
threw our only staff member into the
round
engine. Oh yeah, we threw
coming in.
Mini in at one point. We were really desperate.
It's not Edward Gaming to pick up this trophy. Their first time.
We got him
in the
back out,
grand
but honestly, we should have just
finals,
left him there. He's not even here next week.
Could they do it? They're looking like they might.
Drift on Wisely can be used in the retake if they
He needs to
use
teach
it.
the next guy.
And
Dude, the next guy's
heavy
FNS.
presence
FNS is in the
towards C.
engine room.
As YOU just
We need
instantly
max
takes
power for
out
the last one.
the player that has been the MVP for this Billy squad so far. Raga has already found themselves up towards B. Spike's going to go down, and it seems like
We're not throwing him in, just putting the coal in. All the people, depending on what we need.
Billy's peeks out, gets
nice
nothing
shot.
from it.
Dude, this was just that was a buy round, by the way, and that is just over instantly. 2 insanely fast rounds.
You see the flood coming from Billy. 3 players coming from that C line. Can Coconut. You think that paranoia is going to set up Raga in the back, but instead.
How are these
just
teams
sets
in
themselves
comparison
up.
to
Well, he's gonna get the
NAU? I
assist.
mean, we'll find out
How
for
good that paranoia is. 2 kills
Toronto.
claimed in the end, and
I will say
just
the team that
continues
wins this
to
game
impress with
is
how
going to
good they
have
are on this Omen on Haven.
a whole month.
Your favourites beforehand.
They have 4
looking like
weeks.
they could be on
4 weeks
a
to
sad
change their
boat.
Teo
Remember,
comps,
after this, they still have to
to
sit through
change
for the
their
group stage draw for stage number
Sunset,
2.
if Sunset is confirmed
We
in,
want to
which
be
we
in
think
that
it is.
position, having lost this 3-1.
They're going to have a long time. Wait, it's not even. That's what they're going to have 6 weeks. Everyone else gets 4 weeks.
Consolation is that both these teams do know
Because
they're
they
going
missed
to
the first
international.
Swiss stage.
at the very
Dude,
least,
that's
they
nuts,
will
isn't it?
be excited about that trip to Toronto, but
You never get
it
6
would
weeks
be
in a
a
team. They
somber
got a
one.
week per map,
You know that
basically.
you have to play that Swiss stage. Both these teams looking to miss out on that, looking to get into those playoffs straight away. That is what's at stake here. You go to that international event, you don't have to play that Swiss stage. You are put straight into the playoffs, which is such a big advantage for
That's
these
what I said for
teams.
Trace and Masters Bangkok. I mean, they had some good time. That was the main reason the
NRG
EDG
aren't
won
gonna be
maps,
in
though. So I
Toronto.
was pretty much right
They
with the
don't
time
have 3 wins
off that
coming
they
their
had.
way.
Because as soon as they
They're
showed
looking
maps, they
to
started
put up
losing
a
maps.
remarkable performance from the last time at an international event.
But mate, Trace
Stefan
just
Swift would've been
decided to
so
pick the
good
enemy's
for
best
that,
maps.
but it
That's
does
not on
look
me.
like Sheila will be the
Like if
ones
that's
to
what you
take
do
it.
in your prep time, that's on them.
Weird situation right now as Coconut's going to lurk over towards A, looking to find a
Nice
member
shot.
isolated, but Wisey's read it. And on the other side of the map, it's XLG just swinging out, but they don't really
Next
have much
kills.
form to this push. They're just getting spammed down and isolated in each gunfight that they try to take. And with YOU, the last player alive, taken down, it's BLG picking up another round, and I feel like that came off the back of an opening pick from Billy Billy.
What teams land in the
And that has
Swiss
been the
stage? Whoever
story
comes
of
second
this
and
series
third.
so far. Billy has always
The
had more
fussy
first
dodge
bloods.
it all, get top 8.
Just
Go for the winners.
consistently convert those rounds.
Even before it's too late, Snow. Can't just rely on a hero play or a mistake from Eli. They need to find some consistency. Make this attack fall short, but with Thrarga picking up this operator, could fall off. But look how far back Levius is playing. Has trips on B and backside C, and then just allowing Eli to walk up here. The camera will get information. I like how they're allowing it
Okay,
to be
for
a
retake,
They're not
set
one
up
to
over
give a 1v1
towards C.
fight.
This trip is crazy
They lose that
underrated.
first blood.
Just once they
I'm
take back
gonna
his
say,
site, all you
I
have to
feel
do is
like
be
if
here
they
to get a
leave this
kill
one
off of
for a
it.
retake on Billy, it becomes so
More
much
bit of
more
pressure over
difficult.
towards
That
C,
operator
insta re-clear.
It's going to be
Dude,
weak
I
on
wish I
the
could see the
attack, but if
money.
they can get the spike down, that weapon, its effectiveness just goes up tenfold.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
think
they
that's
hear the
exactly why
drone
they want to
re-clear over
focus on
towards
C,
A.
right? You've obviously got that.
So they
open,
probably have a
long
good idea
angle.
that one person's
You can
set up,
push
which
through
means they
rather
should
than something
internal
like a
clock
B
be
or an
working
A
out, but
that
C's
it
about to be
becomes a little
stacked
bit
soon.
ineffective. But they're not aware that Wisey is just
Yeah,
going to walk
take
down
Garrigan's
and
direction, push
really
down
get
middle,
this
fast
even
flood in with the
darker to
Omen
watch.
flash as well. Breach
Rolling
ult's
Thunder
incredible,
used as
hit
well
3.
to push forwards onto site. 2 XLG members cowering in the Omen smoke, and they will peek out.
Dude,
of the
every
angle.
ult.
Armageddon is going to use to stall them, to push them back. Raga misses a shot, a very
Yeah,
rare
every
situation
single ult
for
on
them
this.
that will cost the round. And Billy looking to pull this one back.
Off the back of the timeout, they're starting to look a lot stronger. Dominant on this defensive side. Who knew Haven was defensive sided? Not me, at least, especially with this composition. It's set for post plants. Retakes have been looking strong for both teams. I mean, Coconut just causes a little bit of chaos on site, but unable to follow it through.
NA's ending tomorrow, they get the advantage too. Yeah, for sure.
Timeout.
I mean, I'm pretty
taken,
sure
an opportune moment as yet again
whoever
we see
gets that
this
first
XLG
spot in
coach
Americas is loving it, man.
accentuated. The hand gestures are there. They are.
You got a lot of
needing
time
this
to
round
change
come
stuff.
through.
The
They want
G2 will
it to
probably
finish
also
in
need that
trio.
time.
They don't want to risk
They're gonna
going
change every
to
single
that
map.
fifth map. I think Billy
Sentinels? I think
use
Sentinels
this time
definitely.
to think about what they can change up
I
because
mean,
the
they
rounds that
I
they've
don't want
won
to say should be
been off the
winning,
back
but
of
I give
some
them a higher percentage.
very interesting plays. Why is he pushing out mid there without really much info? A massive risk to take, and yes, it paid off, but it won't consistently pay off.
Which map is going out? Fracture. Sunset's coming in.
Clearly getting more frustrated. You were in such a strong winning position. You've managed to come back from the depths before.
Flying
This time you
Specs,
just
thanks so
need
much
to
for the
close
tier
it
1.
out.
Thank you for the 6 months.
A few rounds, not allowing BLG
Yeah,
to,
no, you're not wrong.
to continue this
Do
force,
they-
but now it's them
Again, every
on
week they kind
defense
of
with the op.
seem to have
Wisey
like
in a position
visibly good
and
use
you're
of their
walking
time.
right into this. It looks like 4 members will walk immediately into lobby,
Is Teo completely dead? Yeah,
but instead they bait
until
out
it
the
gets
util and
some kind of change.
it's
but I
like
don't think they'll
rats in a
touch it for a
subway.
bit.
They've all just scattered as soon as there's been some action.
But I love this. They fake the presence, use the fake TP, Now the operator could go huge, but Happy Way. How do you
bro?
win
He's not
that
even on the
fight?
screen.
Knight has to be the hero. All alone on site, Armageddon is going to be used to force him into a terrible position. And off the back of the trades, it is BLG that have evened up the numbers. Spike not yet gone down. A minute still to work with. They don't have to force this one through. They seem to want to push towards A. It's a Cypher that is here, ready.
Anyway,
and
I like this from
waiting
this guy. He
for
plays
you
over
to
towards
fall
long so he
into
can
their
potentially
trap.
get kills off his kill trips.
It's an
It
interesting
says-
one that you push into the Cypher who would have the traps and the information available rather than pushing into Russia on that Omen. All the angles have been known. If you're BLG, you know
Lovely
exactly
shot.
where these players are, but maybe it doesn't matter. When Viva takes down Levius, Russia,
Dude, the low
1 versus
HP
2,
lineup.
Varga's health is
Smoke
so
goes
low.
in, blocks off their vision.
Goes up the
Dude,
one
that
way,
is a
goes spam through and
lovely
does
smoke,
both of
though.
them.
What a
Gets the
smoke
spike
that
for
is.
good measure.
That was sick.
Billy Gaming are back.
That
Gave it a little bit of
shows
time
the
before they
prowess
peeked.
on this
Didn't
agent.
peek,
I
realized
feel
they
like
were
it's so
doubling up.
rare
That was
to see
awesome.
Someone throw a one-way to peek. It's not a one-way that's going to land on anything. It's not going to be an effective smoke after it drops, but you use it as an aggressive piece of utility.
Dude, you kinda wanna see this
make
from their
that peek
POV.
happen.
It must look
works so well.
devastating.
There's absolutely nothing that Raga can do but just get spammed down as soon as their teammate dies.
This guy's like, yeah, I told him that.
For me,
It's all
so
me.
I'm genuinely questioning why we're pushing on towards A. I mean, I know you're trying to push the Cypher away from you, but ultimately that's the one side where there's so much information to be gained. Levius was able to push back. You walk into the trip, there's a camera that's potentially going to cause damage, and it forced them into that one spot where Russia just had to spray it down to get the kill. And ultimately it means that now we're tied up at 11-10, and XLG are struggling to make this attack free-flowing like it was right at the start of the half.
Billy tried to fake a push over towards A to pivot out again, but this time it wasn't effective. Guy just pushes through it.
I mean,
gains
they have a Yoru
All
ult
five
if they
players that
wanna
are towards this
leave
A
A
site.
site.
Little trips behind them
So-
indicate that they should be heading here.
A
very
default
soon.
intercuts sound like they might be going somewhere else. Into the
Over
drone
the trap
plays over
this time,
towards middle, so they
gets
know
the
they're
kill
confirmed over towards
onto
site.
YZ
They got
into
nothing
CT,
from the
and now
kill
it'll
trips,
allow
and
them to set
there
up
goes
the
your
flag.
main ult. That was the retake.
See Levius trying
Yeah,
auto
and as soon
trick
as
play
that
drop
ult
down from
goes
heaven,
down, they
doesn't
just
work.
realize that they're just wrecked.
XLG about to maybe collect
So they
another
have to
round.
try and make plays.
I don't know if it's worth saving. It's such a big risk to save. But if you lose these rifles, it could be
I don't think they need
so
to save, do they?
detrimental.
They should have good money
Hotline
with how the
gonna be
run's gone.
used by YOU to stall out for just a little bit. Has access to another flash. Paranoia leads the charge. Neff gets the first kill, and the rest of the players pulling through as well. But the trades are so good. And Knight has
Dude,
been
look
left
at the
alone
HP,
to
he's
be
kinda
the hero.
doable.
K-Knight has to be this professional player to make it work, but it will not be enough. It is map.
Okay, two
No
chances for it.
series point for XLG.
You get the trophy. You get 6
Yeah, the
weeks
only
before
thing
your
they're seeing
first
is
game
the
in
nightfall
Toronto.
of
You got
death
that first
at the
seed.
end
You
of
got
that
top
side.
8 secured of Toronto.
Unprecedented chance
You
that
get
it will not
5
happen.
champs points, maybe.
July, like you say, one
it's 5.
round away
It's a lot.
from series point and being that team to get their hands on the trophy, lifting it proudly.
I think it's 5. I think it's
above,
5, 3, 2, 1.
knowing that they've etched their
5.
name into
Yeah.
history. The pressure really starts to mount now, though.
Dimensional drift used by
Oh
Raga
wait, dude,
gets that
this could be
information.
it. This is
They know
the
that there's
potential
two
free
players here
side
now.
on it.
Could
2
be a
stick,
potential pivot,
2 on
but
their
they
own.
want to end it here. They want this to be the game-winning play.
Big
They gained the
flash.
front of sight, but they haven't took back just yet. Util to be used. Levius shuts it down. They were left alone,
Oh
but not
God,
now.
the
As
team
they get
all-
another through a good cuss. How have they
No,
managed to do
Eli
that?
messed
Not the
it
way this
up.
Happy Way, all alone. Needs to do something if they are to win this game right here, right now. But
Oh,
everybody
they messed
knows
it up. It was
exactly
such a
where
good
they
chance
are.
for it. 1-9 loss
Billy,
bonus. 2 of them
Billy
sitting around
only needs
2,300s.
one more round
Obviously
to
forcing.
bring us to overtime.
Dude, they
You thought
breach
this
ordered
was
their
finishing
teammate
easy
and they
up?
didn't
No,
flash
not
through the
a
cage while they had a
chance
chance to flash
for
through the
Billy going
cage.
down without a huge
It looks like there's a lot of stall over towards C long here. I guess the Omen flash was used.
Master Levius will
How?
kill
How?
everyone that pushes. I mean, it's you're using the Rolling Thunder and it's hitting your own team that's trying to take pressure off the back of it as well. Raga used the fake out to try and bait a shot, but you see it, Levius just didn't challenge, happy to just sit and wait. And now you put yourself into this fight or flight moment where it's 1 round before overtime or 1 round for the trophy.
Expecting a C push. As a judge waiting in the entrance. Eli says, fancy a B hit. Izzy is all alone.
Big flash.
They can find that pick. It could be very effective. But knows it's a fake clone. TP out isn't good enough. But Neff is here to trade. And everybody's converging on this site.
Neff did incredible.
Forcing this Billy squad. Push forward.
Oh, they probably hear that
XG
reload.
Can't do anything.
Yeah.
They have to back away. Spike in their hands. Tails between their legs. And options need to be reassessed.
Eva sitting here with the sheriff as well, not in a position to go and claim any of those guns that have been failed on B site. This is 4. Bald man mode activated. Give some information, but when you know where the fights have gone down, you know where Hathaway has to be to have used that. And now you walk into some trips and Spam trying to capitalise, but this site is going to be the standing ground.
This is the last
dude, it's
chance.
absolutely done
if they want
for.
to close this out
Maybe
cleanly,
the luck.
G-Lie
Did they
has to
spot the
make their
luck?
move here, have
Yeah,
to
they
find
spot
these
the luck
kills,
as
but
well.
the spike goes down,
Okay,
and so does Happy
two
Way.
chances.
We will find ourselves
For all of what
in
we said, gone. Got to do it in
a
overtime.
slugfest between both of these teams.
Using to go down without a final flight. How fitting for Billy. Overtime on the first map of the day. Is it overtime on the final? Or will they take us to map number 5? Ascent looming over the heads of G-Lie Gaming for Billy. It's all they can ask for.
To the big sigh of relief from the coach. That's sick.
Before that, they had the composure to win the overtime. Fracture, the first map we played at the start of this series, went to
The
overtime. G-Lie Gaming
man,
won
that C round's going to be haunting them a little bit.
OT. Now, heading into this map, what could be their chance to win this out cleanly? What could be their chance to avoid a long series and heading to map 5? They need to convert this first round if they have any hopes of being champions soon.
Really want to take advantage of the inexperience at this point of
Dude,
the
every
tournament
time they
for
insta-reclear
G-Lie.
over towards garage.
Having never been in this position before. Can they make crumble?
Game audio, yeah, they'll turn up
G-Lie
in a bit.
perfectly bake this game up and make it a sweet treat that they can laugh about when it comes to the end of the day.
Comes to cooking, both these teams very experienced in that.
Lovely trades
Cook
on
a
this.
little
Do
bit
they
towards
expect
garage,
the
but it's not
extra?
quite the
Do we
kitchen.
had the solo
Need to
walk
back
up
away.
towards A and then insta take of the TP as
Somehow.
well? So there's multiple people, yeah.
Billy have already found themselves with 3 members dead.
Looking like
It's
they have
just
another
Rusha
go
and
at it.
K-Knight
Oh,
all alone.
especially with that.
Make it just K-Knight. Not going to be able to do anything at all. We look at G-Lie. They have given themselves an opportunity to win this match yet again. They could not capitalize in regular time. Can they make it happen in overtime?
I mean, listen, they started their attack off pretty strongly when it started with rifles. They just need to replicate the success that we're seeing right at the start. That victory there was so clean that you would have to fancy confidence being so
Okay,
high going
timeout.
into this next one, but Billy rightly so using this timeout. They know this genuinely is what could be the last chance in this tournament. A must-win
Can you
round.
please
there's
check out the
no
Paperx
doubt
video
about it.
description?
You
The
cannot
video
afford
description
to
of
slip.
what?
You
What
want
do you
that
mean?
trophy. You said coming into here, this is what you entered this tournament for this time. Stage 1 is where you
What video are we
wanted to
talking
lift
about?
the trophy, but this is your chance to prove it.
Not even just that, the stakes even bigger. You think about both these teams wanting international success. One way to get easy international success, make playoffs.
Their
One way
new
to make
video.
playoffs,
Oh,
you
okay.
win this match right here.
What an incentive that awaits. What motivation you have. Billy need to dig deep, and it doesn't seem like the coaches
The
are
first
stressed.
line
though.
is track by
We've been
track.
saying this the whole time. It doesn't
Yes,
look
they're
like they're
embracing it.
overstressed. There's clearly a game plan in. They're clearly impressed with the improvement, the run that's happened in the lower bracket. They just need this one to.
How much
keep
does it cost to
ongoing.
get on the train? Oh, I mean, how much you got?
I feel like In these rounds, whoever finds the opening pick should win the round. It's been so chaotic, so fast-paced when these site hits happen.
It'll pretty much cost you everything
G-Live
these days.
want to take that risk. Just want to make
3 weeks
mark
ago,
slowly.
tickets were cheap.
Presence has been shown towards A
Now?
for both these teams, but it's Billy backing away.
It's going to cost you everything pretty much.
Start waiting to get the information off the trips. And it will be Tiger that walks right into the first.
My
Follows
goodness,
for the fake
everyone
out,
is
and
so
K-Knight opens
blind.
up the killing on this half.
Dude, they tried for the
I don't know how
fast
they live so long on
floods,
the
and
site,
we're
but it
just
doesn't
sitting out
matter
in the
because they
open
have
with
been
the
taken
smoke
down,
as well.
and it's a
Big Jewel in
retake
heaven.
situation on
Oh,
A,
that
one
is
of the
it,
most
no?
historically hardest sites to retake. And now, not only that, it's Russia in a 1 versus 4. Has to do absolutely
Holy,
everything.
the boys.
Will be able to do
They do
nothing
play the best
but
at the moment.
lose
They
and
definitely look
watch
good.
this G-Live Gaming
It's a
squad
solid team.
celebrate.
Big win, 6
What a
weeks.
performance, what
6
a
weeks they got.
final map, what a
First
series.
seed.
No,
First team
G-Live
outside of
lifting
EDG to win a
the
trophy in China.
One, this series ends. G-Live Gaming are your stage 1 Valorant China champions. The first team not named Edward
XOG
Gaming
for
to do
Paris.
this.
Yeah, you
A
probably
momentous
secure
occasion
Paris
for
with this as
side.
well, right? 5
Congratulations
points. That's a
have
lot.
to go out to Billy Gaming. But listen,
They
still
did good
claim
in,
some champ points. They
well, they did it
still
right in groups
have
as
a
well.
place and a flight across the Toronto where they can impress at the international level. It's not all done for them. You just have to be happy for this G-Live Gaming side.
Both these teams
Yeah,
gonna be
absolute
thinking
beasts.
forward
Chat, we'll
towards
stay
those
for the
international
trophy
events.
lift, and then
I feel
we'll
like it's a good
we'll
look
head out and
for
raid
the
someone.
Chinese
But maybe
region.
maybe we
Thinking
raid the
about
community channel.
internationally, the fact that they are
They've been-
so
they've been
close, the fact
doing
that they
great
look so good,
for the Chinese
fact that this
games.
finals almost went down to the wire. It's such a good look for the region.
The gap is fully closed. No longer are we looking at a gigantic fissure. It is most definitely
The
up for
trophy,
grabs,
yeah, the
and
trophy's
both of these
insane.
teams will be looking to make their mark in Toronto. Wolves
Guys,
as
let's go
well,
pick
not
it up.
to forget, in the wings, having finished third,
Go on,
will
boys.
be looking to make their mark on an international level. And you just have to say, what an ending this has been. But remember, we still have the group stage draw to come after this. But before we get ahead of ourselves, the players will, of course, lift the trophy.
What a moment for these players. Making history.
Smaller? Yeah, it's a lot smaller than it looked in the pictures. Not wrong.
Cheers from the crowd, deservedly so, as they have done the unthinkable. They have dethroned Edward Gaming. What a way to do it.
What a fight.
Saint, I was wondering if people were going to make the
See
joke.
what it means to
Saint
them.
couldn't resist.
Pick it up, and we'll, of course, have the interviews coming in here as well.
Okay, chat, let's raid them. Let's raid them. 'Cause they're going to be doing translated interviews. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I'll go read the description. I'll check Discord. Sure.
And I think up until the last pool, we're still.
Drums keep pounding a rhythm to the brain. La-di-da-di-dee,
Sometimes the greatest rush
la-di-da-di-da.
is not rushing at all.
On. The beat goes on.
The all-new 2025 Nissan Murano, your oasis, free from new tariffs.
他们身上也学到了很多的经验，有没有什么话想要对他们说呢？
谢谢今天。And thank you for all the fans who came to Arena today.
对，感谢你们。是的，再一次感谢大家的支持。接下来 Happy Way。
Okay, you stay on the bench. You're not so Shay, I'm gonna say, AD, you're here. So you just gonna play pick and roll with hand. It's a rocket screen for that, right? You understand?
What am I?
Okay, better. Look. Luka's in the bench. Luka, you stay on the bench. You're not the bench. So, Shane, I'm going to say, AD, you're here.
Oh, I don't know. We're being recorded.
No.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. We're being recorded.
No.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. We're being recorded.
No.
And I want you to be able to run.
That's amazing.
I can do great things on my own.
Jaylen Brown drives on Paolo Banchero, with Banchero then picking up his 5th foul. Paolo is very confused on what the actual foul was. And on
college, and then maybe you'd learn to pull yourself up and not expect everybody to do everything. College, and then maybe you'd learn to pull yourself up and not expect everybody to do everything. College, and then maybe you'd learn to pull yourself up.
Backspin that he seems to normally have. Here's a drive to deep center. Varsho back. And did he catch that ball? Yes. He caught that ball. I mean, Dalton, we know you want backspin that he seems to normally have. Here's a drive to deep center. Varsho back. And did he catch that ball? Yes. He caught that ball. I mean, Dalton, we know you want backspin that he seems to normally have. Here's a drive to deep center. Varsho back. And did he catch that ball?
Change of plans. Ignore your original objective. Leave nothing alive. Change of plans.
As you all know, Shedeur Sanders is the most humble football player on earth.
You know who my dad is?
You're the rank game. You wait.
Congratulations on the win. Legendary.
Okay, maybe not so much at all. Shedeur Sanders is the youngest son of former NFL football and MLB baseball player Deion Sanders. Yeah, it's quite obvious where Shedeur got his arrogance from. After playing 4 years as a quarterback in college, including at Jackson State and the University of Colorado, Deion's son Shedeur put his name in for the 2025 NFL Draft. Originally, he was widely expected by most to be a top 5 draft choice, where some even thought he would be the #1 draft choice.
Shedeur Sanders, he might go 3. He might go 2. Vegas had it 8.5. We thought he was going to go to the Saints.
His daddy was the 5th pick.
Yeah.
So he wants to go 1 through 4.
Yeah.
And teams are passing up on him one after the other after the other. Being drafted in the 5th round, I didn't see that one coming. I've never seen anything like it. Nothing like it.
Pick after pick, round after round, no one showed any interest in him, except this prank caller.
We're going to take you with our next pick right here, man.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Let's be legendary.
Yeah, but you're going to have to wait a little longer, man.
He gets pranked by an Ole Miss kid who got the number from the defensive coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons, snaked it off his dad's iPad.
This caused everyone to speculate, what did the arrogant Shedeur Sanders say and do behind closed doors when he was being interviewed by each NFL team? The truth is finally coming out, so we're gonna break it down and go inside the arrogant mind of Shedeur Sanders. Now, let's get started. First, I live in Colorado. I'm a Colorado fan. I graduated from the University of Colorado multiple times, so I have nothing personal against Shedeur or Deion Sanders. Matter of fact, I very much like that they improved the Colorado football program. Deion Sanders is an NFL Hall of Famer, Power 5 college football head coach, a CBS football commentator, NFL Network analyst, and personally knows just about everyone in the NFL. Players, coaches, general managers, and owners. Him and Jerry Jones, owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, are basically best buddies.
So what's it going to be, Deion? Football or baseball? Both, boss. Both?
Pizza Hut.
Meat lovers or stuffed crust pizza? Both. Both.
So they personally know just about everyone in the league.
It's legendary. So you think this look better? That shit hard, bro.
On draft day, Shedeur had a $100,000.
Man, that has to be $1 million. This is a first round chain.
Custom diamond encrusted chain made just to wear for this draft day event.
I'd be mad if I went somewhere and I can't play my own music, bro. I don't listen to nobody else's music besides the family, bro.
Imagine being so arrogant and such an apparent narcissist that the only music you enjoy listening to is your own. Shedeur threw this massive catered tent party at Deion Sanders' home in Texas. Was apparently the theme.
But I'm watching his draft room and the word legendary is all over the draft room. I'm like, can we just pull the temperature down a little?
He had a media room built specifically just for this event that had the word legendary written all over it.
Legendary draft room, we could see that was
He hired people on stilts dancing dressed up, looking like disco balls with also disco balls on their heads, holding up signs that said legendary. The word legendary was written everywhere in his draft party tent while also listening to his own music. Can't make this shit up.
You gotta put legendary everywhere. How about you play a game? One!
And after sliding all the way to the 5th round of the draft, what's the best word to describe what happened?
Legendary.
Arrogant narcissists are often blinded to how others perceive them because their self-image is both inflated and fragile, a paradox fueled by deep insecurity. To protect that fragile core, they create a grandiose identity and surround themselves with people and messages that reinforce it, such as the word legendary written everywhere and him saying it constantly over and over.
Legendary. Legendary. Legendary.
Psychologically, this leads to selective attention, focusing only on praise and ignoring anything that challenges their self-view. Instead of adapting or reflecting on the feedback, the narcissistic mindset often reinterprets any doubt as just hate, which to them adds to their proof of greatness.
I guarantee you go to the Raiders.
The one team that really surprised me who did not take him was the Raiders, because Tom Brady's now in charge. Tom Brady has known Shedeur Sanders a long time. He has helped mentor him. He knows him. How many times did they pass on him?
Tom Brady is widely considered the best quarterback in NFL history. And yeah, he personally coached Shedeur one-on-one. He knows him and his father personally, and now Tom Brady owns part of the Las Vegas Raiders, who kind of need a quarterback.
All I was thinking was Brady mode, that's it.
He's been a mentor of yours?
Yeah, of course, yeah, we talk after every game. I'm sure he's going to text me in a second. Brady mode, if he could do it, I know I could do it, and, you know, we just alike. Tom Brady, he's an all-time great. Being able to have that resource, being able to have that person I'm able to talk to and call.
However, in this draft, the Raiders eventually drafted a quarterback, but it wasn't Shedeur. They passed on him too. Deion Sanders with all of his nearly infinite connections to the NFL, Shedeur with all of his personal connections through his father, and still no team wanted Shedeur Sanders to play for them. Pick after pick after pick. When even your friends and people who know you best don't want you, that's when you know you really messed up. The NFL is in the business of winning, and Shedeur was considered a decent quarterback in this year's draft. However, there's apparently something that Shedeur did during the process and behind closed doors that literally pissed off all 32 NFL teams.
This is the first one in recent memory that turned everyone off. Like, this was universal.
But for Shedeur to fall from a top 5 draft choice all the way down to pick number 144, he basically pissed off every single NFL team. Because even if a team wasn't looking for a quarterback that year, they would still pick him if they saw an actual highly desirable top 5 draft choice that was undrafted in the 2nd or 3rd round. And they would just use him in a trade. The fact that Shedeur was not selected until round 5 of 7, every NFL team had a chance to draft him at least 4 times, but each time the individual team said, pass, we don't want him. That's actually quite, what's the word?
Legendary.
To piss off that many coaches, general managers, and team owners, many of which him and his father personally know. The stories just keep coming of these epically bad interviews with NFL teams.
A lot of the anonymous sources from the meetings are saying worst meeting of all time. Not even close. Headphones on.
There were multiple people who did not like Shedeur Sanders' attitude.
Being unprofessional, being unprepared.
The worst formal interview I've ever seen in my life. Horrible body language, blames teammates. Biggest thing is, he's just not that good. He kind of makes you feel small.
You start to hear these stories that he's doing a FaceTime while he's in an interview.
In a meeting with the Giants, he allegedly got up on the board, wasn't fully prepared for an install, and it sounded like it got tense.
Basically said to teams, look at the tape. I don't need to be working out.
Those were the people that with and clearly turned them off. What happened with the Giants of like, I don't need you, that never happens. The way he's acting, like he would be an immediate turnoff to any human being.
Imagine you're interviewing someone for a job and the prospect shows up with over-the-ear headphones on their head. Then during the interview, they pull out their iPhone and start FaceTiming their friends. What would you do if someone did that when you were interviewing them for a job?
You are drafting employees. Can we just go back in society where hard work matters and humility's not uncool?
And then when you ask them how they would handle real situations they may encounter on the job, they simply tell you to go look at the footage and then peace out saying legendary.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the coach that don't give me, change 2 programs back to back. So you don't think I could come to an NFL franchise and change the program again? You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people gotta say? You know who my dad is? I met with a lot of teams here. Yeah, it was easy meeting with people because I'm going to just be myself. So it's like, you either like it or you don't. Legendary.
Shedeur there was answering questions from the media at the NFL Scouting Combine.
Legendary.
Yes, he's acting quite arrogant, acting a lot like how his father acted. But the problem is that he's just not as good as his father was. Also, the quarterback position requires more humility and team leadership.
Maybe dad didn't help him out. You need a lot of things from a quarterback that you don't need from other players. Maturity, focus.
Many confuse arrogance with confidence, but they're not the same at all. Arrogance often masks deep insecurity. Neurologically, this arrogance is often linked to an overactive amygdala in the brain. This is the part that processes fear and threat. Why does my brain keep falling apart? Anyway, when that part of my brain here that fell apart is overactive, constructive criticism can feel like an attack, triggering defense, arrogant reactions to protect their fragile ego. In Shedeur's case, his behavior during NFL interviews likely raised red flags for coaches and GMs. NFL teams are just like any other employer. They don't just draft talent. they also draft mindsets. Arrogance indicates a closed mind in a league that demands constant growth and self-reflection. Understanding the difference between confidence and arrogance is crucial, especially for a quarterback. Ever hear the saying, confidence is quiet, insecurities are loud? If Shedeur came across as entitled or dismissive during interviews with teams, teams would question his ability to lead grown men, many of whom are 10-plus year veterans with families of their own. These are not college sophomores, juniors, and seniors, when your dad is also the coach like he had in Colorado. But in the NFL, he needs to earn the veterans' respect. And Deion Sanders said this in a TV interview.
You have said that if the right team does not pick him, that you will intervene.
That's my son. You got a child that's going into an occupation that you already dominated in. I'm not gonna let my son get down in no foolishness.
What do you think that makes every NFL team think? Yes, are we gonna be publicly trashed and humiliated by Deion if we pick his son?
The owners, billionaire owners,
yes,
will often say, well, this is a young man who should be making his own decisions. You know, he's got this helicopter dad.
Not my son. It's not like who I would like for him to play for. It's a couple teams that I won't allow him to play for.
Which team wants to go through that?
This is my profession. I know what's behind the curtain.
And if he doesn't listen to you?
Who?
When quarterback Eli Manning was drafted in 2004, the Chargers picked him as the first overall pick. But his father Archie, who is a Hall of Fame quarterback, quickly orchestrated for him to be immediately traded to the New York Giants, making it clear that his son will not play for the Chargers.
Why don't you want to play for the Chargers?
You know, we're not really giving details right now. We just, we've made our decision and that's what we're sticking to.
Which naturally humiliated the Chargers. Everyone remembers that, and no one wants to be humiliated again now by Deion. Additionally, Deion coached Shedeur literally his entire life.
Don't you ever do this. Do you understand me? Do you understand me?
All the way up through college, and even became his agent.
They didn't even hire an agent. And an agent would have been talking to teams and like, look, Shedeur, they're not viewing you, nearly as highly as we think.
All the teams know that drafting Shedeur Sanders is having to put up with the helicopter of all helicopter parents. They all surely and understandably believe that he will be calling the team's management and coaches, pressuring them to play his son, just like it's Little League or something.
His father retires his jersey number at Colorado. That is something that's really just not seen in major college football, how quickly it was done, and considering the lack of accolades in his career.
While also publicly criticizing the players, coaches, general manager, and owners.
I'm not gonna let my son get down in no foolishness. With a lot of understanding on where my son is going. I was there for 14 years. I worked for the NFL Network for another 14, 15. I know what I'm doing.
And it's even more curious that the team that actually signed up for all of this is the Cleveland Orange Helmets, a team that was surely on Deion's shit list.
A couple teams that I won't allow him to play for.
Because even the Browns fans will tell you they're not the best run team in the league.
He is one of the handful of dysfunctional owners, and all of the problems in Cleveland come from him.
The GM seemed to have been forced to pick Shedeur by the owner.
Is it reality in regards to Shedeur and Deion? Deion's not going to interfere. He's not going to be calling the coach. He's not going to be commenting about Shedeur while he's in Colorado.
Which is why the body language of the GM looks as if someone popped all of his balloons at his birthday party, and even tried to play off their body language like they were just tired.
When we saw your guys' reaction, didn't look necessarily exuberant.
I think we're probably just tired from the weekend.
Those clips, it's not timed up to exactly the right
When
time.
we're actually
I
making
wouldn't.
a pick. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. You have to time it up to the reaction. It was the reaction. What are they clapping for? Are they watching a basketball game?
Usually when a team selects a player in the draft, they high-five, chest bump, and cheer because it's a big win to get their selection to join their team. But not when they selected Shedeur Sanders. Everyone was slow golf clapping, while the GM clearly couldn't contain his excitement.
By all due accounts, seems like it was forced on them a little bit. There's no doubt.
To me, this is the owner intervened and said, we're in the 5th round. Let's take this guy. If it works out, it works out.
I think that makes a lot of sense that it was the owner.
Now, notice what the Browns GM says here.
Really, the acquisition cost was pretty light.
Imagine your boss introduces the new employee to you as, meet Sam. His acquisition cost was pretty light, so we hired him.
And I know he'll come in here ready to work, ready to try to put his best foot forward.
Sam is also going to try to put his best foot forward, so we're going to give him a shot here. Also, their tone, body language, and demeanor are all somber. It's like they're talking about a death in the organization, not an exciting new quarterback they just drafted to possibly lead them to the playoffs.
Playoffs?
It seems obvious they were pressured or maybe even forced to draft Shedeur Sanders by the apparent micromanaging team owner. They don't seem quite happy that Shedeur Sanders is now part of their team.
That's a wrap for day 2, folks.
As the final picks of the third round in the NFL draft are made, Shedeur watches, realizing that no NFL team wants him.
I'm not sure how many teams want that circus in the building as a backup. Nobody wants a celebrity backup quarterback.
It became quite sad because Shedeur is not a bad kid. He's just an ill-advised kid that learned to emulate his father, to act like a cocky, arrogant narcissist with a smile through the draft process because it worked well for his father.
Looks like you're wearing your signing bonus here. I mean, you know, plus we have we can see the nice primetime logo already, or what?
Yeah, we got sweatsuit started, jacket started, everything. We got it going on. And everybody got on jury. Even the baby got a little something. We ready now. I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would have asked for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
My confidence offends your insecurity.
He looks up to his dad.
Yeah.
His dad is one of the greatest players of all time. And his dad can act however he wants. Just like great players can always act however they want, because in a business like pro sports, there's only so many of them. His son was not that, and I think that really turned people off.
However, that was Deion Sanders' charm because he wasn't a quarterback. He was a corner with unmatched athleticism. Deion was a generational player who could afford to be flashy because his performance shut down any criticism.
When you hear he sandbag interviews, that's what Dad did. Deion sandbag interviews. But Deion was an A+++ prospect, the best corner of all time.
Psychologically, this is textbook emulation. Children often model the behavior of a dominant parent, especially when that parent is highly successful and admired. Shedeur likely thought mimicking his father's persona would get him the same results. What he didn't realize is that quarterbacks are often judged on an entirely different leadership criteria. You can't just smile, flex, and talk your way into a franchise role, especially when you're expected to be the calm, coachable leader under pressure. Finally, in the 5th round of the 2025 NFL Draft, in pick 144 overall, Shedeur Sanders was drafted by the Cleveland Orange Helmets, a team that Deion probably didn't want Shedeur to play for.
The Cleveland Browns select Shedeur.
However, in the 5th round, Deion apparently realized that getting drafted by any team is better than not getting drafted at all.
I said, thank you.
You know what that means?
Thank you.
What does that mean?
And seemed to be happy for his son. Helicopter parent style.
Is Mr. Berry there?
He is. You want to talk to him again?
Yeah, I would love to talk to him.
Yep.
GM Barry, get used to Deion Sanders calling you every day. Clearly, Shedeur got humbled through this process, and hopefully he learned that acting like an arrogant narcissist is only cute and acceptable if you're Deion Sanders. No one, not players, coaches, managers, or owners, want to be led by an arrogant kid.
I don't think we're ever going to see a draft fall like this again. We're talking about a guy who slid to the 5th round. They completely misread the room.
However, Shedeur certainly didn't disappoint us. His whole draft process was
legendary.
Now in the comments, do you think Shedeur Sanders learned his lesson to not be arrogant? Or do you
She's 6'3". Bird's got a 6'3" girlfriend. Look at him. He like 5'5". Volleyball girl over there. He loves her. Ellie.
Love knows no boundaries. Certainly not height, DC.
I think they're wonderful together. Hey, look at Bird's.
Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. Knowledge is knowing that.
A cop pulls me over and said, papers.
It was your little ass, right? Why are you trying to play tough right now? All I said, no, it's not a joke. Just don't say that. Okay. That's all I'm asking. Okay. You ain't gotta be tough. This ain't the comments, my nigga. This is the comments. Oh, it is? Yeah. Hey, you tough, bro. You tough as hell. You tough.
What's the problem here? So here we have a map of the British Isles, and you see down here very prominently displayed the Stonehenge. Where did the altar stone come from? It came from all the way up here. The same type of rock here pops out at the very northern tip of Scotland. It actually also shows up on the Orkney Islands here. What's the problem here? Obviously, some method of transport had to be utilized to get that stone 460 plus miles from the northern tip of Scotland down to the building site at Stonehenge, right? In this article, which appeared in Nature, it's entitled A Scottish Provenance, the Altar Stone of Stonehenge. We posit that the altar stone was anthropogenically transported to Stonehenge from northeast Scotland, consistent with evidence of Neolithic inhabitation in the region. Whereas the igneous blue stones were brought around 225 kilometers or 140 miles, a Scottish province where the altar stone demands a transport distance of at least 466 miles. Nonetheless, even with assistance from beasts of burden, rivers, and topographical barriers, including the Grampians, southern uplands, and the Pennines, all mountain ranges, along with the heavily forested landscape of prehistoric Britain, would have posed formidable obstacles for overland megalith transportation. What's the problem here? So here we have a map of the British Isles, and you see down here very prominently displayed the Stonehenge.
What would you do if you ran into Faker in solo queue? Why am I against Faker? It's a well-known fact that Korean solo queue is so good that pro players often fly there to practice against the best.
Hey, player.
How you doing, man?
Hey, can I make a request?
For sure, man. What are you looking for?
Hey, man. Hook a brother up with some old school.
Oh, yeah. All right, word. Okay, what you looking for? Biggie, Tupac?
Biggie, Tupac? Come on, man. That's too new. I'm talking about that old school, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought I did, man. With like Wu-Tang Clan?
Wu-Tang Clan? Come on, man. Those fools just came out. Hook a brother up with some of that old school.
Okay, what, I don't know what you're looking for, man. With NWA?
NWA? Come on, man. What do I look like, a kid out there? Talking about the NWA, faux shizzle, my nizzle, crisscross, applesauce, who's the boss, Tony Dancer, at a loss. I don't know it, all right? I'm talking about that old school.
You know what? That's my bad, old man, all right? We're gonna take it back, all right? I'm gonna bust out some Run DMC for you right now.
Run DMC? Come on, man. I don't know about none of this Run DMC or wouldn't want to be a automatopoeia, grab a donkey by the toe, give him gonorrhea. I don't know it. All right, all I know is some old school. If you can't give it to me, you can't give it to me.
Come on, man. Run DMC is old school. What, can you name a group?
You the DJ, man. I ain't trying to tell you how to do your job.
Grandmaster Flash.
Oh, Man, Grandmaster Flash. You sounded like a kid yourself talking about Grandmaster Flash to the bop, the bibbity bobbity boop, the don't stop the boogie to the bang bang boogie, the up chuck. Why people talking about up chuck?
Sugar Hill Gang.
Brother, how we end up in Candyland?
You know what, man? If you want some old school, then you come back here and find it yourself. I'm going on break.
All right, then, well, get myself back here right here. See what's going on back here. What we got? What we got? Let's see. Nope. Ah, there. Now we talking.
I went valley on the west valley for my girl.
These rappers were shocked after the crowd sang the whole song for them, starting with X.
Zionism, the idea of building a state of Jewish farmers on Arab land in the Middle East, is a stupid idea to begin with. I've always thought so. My mother wanted to go and be a Zionist at one point. I tried to talk her out of it. It's been a thing in my family. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a messianic idea. I think it's a superstitious idea. I've always thought it's a silly, messianic, superstitious nationalist idea, and it's a waste of Judaism. And it guaranteed a quarrel with the Arabs because it meant we're going to take away from you what's most precious, your land. Fourth generation of Palestinians brought up either in exile, in dispossession, or under occupation and humiliation. But it should be a matter of principle. If Jews born in Brooklyn have a right to a state in Palestine, then Palestinians born in Jerusalem have a right to a state in Palestine. Anyone who doesn't agree with that principle, I think, is suspect.
I think most people do.
But why, in that case, do we have the one and not the other? Zionism.
Hi, I need a job, and
Up until the end of the last ice age, there were 4 species of proboscideans living in North America. Think about that. They're all gone now. What happened to them? Well, there's different theories. One theory, which I think considered to be ridiculous, is that they were hunted to extinction by nomadic tribes of hunters. But given that the estimates for the human population at the end of the last ice age, and we're talking 12 to 15,000 years ago roughly, those estimates of total global human population range between 5 and 10 million. Estimates for total number of mammoths, 12 million.
Wow.
12 million mammoths. That's just an estimate, but it's probably in the ballpark. Let's say you got 10 million people. How many of those are going to actually be hunters? And hunters that are capable of taking down a mammoth?
25% or less.
That's probably about right, yeah. So what does that leave? A couple of million people were able to exterminate every mammoth on Earth in less than 1,000 years?
No way.
No. Up until the end of the last ice age, there were 4 species of proboscideans living in North America. Think about that.
What are you going to be doing on this tour?
I'm going to be doing Papa's Got a Brand New Bag, Living in America, Sex Machine, Get Up Off of That Thing, I Feel Good, Jam.
Now, I understand that you have already... James, I have to ask you one serious question here. I understand you already have started divorce proceedings. Does that mean that you're now eligible?
Yes, I'm singing. I want to mingle.
You want to mingle?
Yeah.
Now, the women
He's got gloves
love you
on.
when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
What'd you say?
The women love you when you get out there.
Why is that, ladies?
Well, I'm asking you.
Huh? Because
Why
I
do you
look
think
good.
that is?
I smell good. I feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are. What are you going to be doing?
What did you say you sing?
I sing, yes.
Are we thinking something slow, something fast?
Slow.
Okay. Could we make a little like sample? I'll record you singing for a little bit and make a beat out of it, and then you'll sing over that.
Yeah.
In the moonlight, that's where you'll find me. That's where you'll find moonlight. I just want to know what truths that have been untold.
You want to give him a verse?
Yeah.
Got me doing things couldn't think of. Smoking on cigs and swishes. Screaming at the phone, yelling pickup. I guess you only love me when I'm drunk off that liquor. So they gonna know what's the switch up.
Here we go. We bout to deep dive the unknown.
Here we go.
We bout to deep dive the unknown.
now. We just made a little banger just now, like low key. I don't even know this girl.
What did you say you sing?
I sing, yes.
Are we thinking something slow, something?
Did you get your gold card yet or no?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
So you can go, that's the coolest thing
Yeah.
ever. That
That's
every
8 years. 8 years of service time, yeah.
If you play 8 years in Major League Baseball, you get a card that you can go into any game ever.
I think they give you like the 2 best available tickets if you like walk up to the box office.
That's so cool. So you can sit it like pretty much anywhere you want.
Yeah, and it's just regular season games though, so like no playoff games or anything like that. Or I don't even know if opening day or playoffs. But then the rest of the games, yeah, apparently I've never obviously tried it yet.
Well, let me have it. I'll try
Is it a physical card?
Yeah, it's just a gold card with your name. It says like MLB lifetime pass on it, your name. It's pretty cool.
Did you get your gold card yet?
The boundary between British Columbia and Alberta forms the continental divide of the western North American continent. So you can see that this thing, the Erratic's train, originates right there on the continental divide, and then it follows this route down. It goes by Calgary right in here, loops to the east, and then finally comes to an end in Montana. So what is it exactly?
Yeah,
what
is the Erratic's train?
Okay, well, as you would guess from a train, something on the order of 500 miles from its source there on the British Columbia-Alberta border where we saw to its final example there in Montana. There's hundreds of them, but these are examples here of, and they're all of the same type of rock. It's a type of metaquartzite. It's a metamorphic rock, similar to granite in a way, metaquartzite. Question then, what are we looking at here? We're looking at a string of these boulders. You can see that's a pretty big rock there. And you can trace these things in this line that we just saw on the map over 500 miles. This is, to me, it's very much like forensic geology. This rock didn't move itself here. So by what exact mechanism of transport can we attribute to the geographic disposition of these rocks? How do we do that? The boundary between British Columbia and Alberta.
Fuck, nigga. You see this shit, nigga? Where you at, nigga? Fuck, nigga. You see this shit, nigga? Where you at, nigga? I'm like, it was so bad. She's so pretty as soon as you gave me the door. I'm like, it was so bad. She's so pretty as soon as you gave me the door. I'm like, it was so bad. She's so pretty as soon as you gave me the door. I'm like, it was so bad. She's so pretty as soon as you gave me the door.
Dude, PewDiePie got one that was pretty rough, dude.
What? His was rough.
Yeah. I think it was PewDiePie. Maybe I got the wrong guy. Yeah. But there was, yeah, he hit a, like, he just called a guy the N-word, like, on his live stream.
What a f***ing
Then he was like, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, he did that recently.
Yeah, and he was like, you know what I mean, though.
Jeez, oh my god, what the f***? Sorry, but what the f***? I don't mean that in a bad way. Jesus fuck. Why would he do that?
You know what I mean? Sponsor, like, we're out.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. And is his gaming career.
No, I think he's back.
No, the
dude.
game
He's
culture is
back.
like, we forget.
Yeah. We've all heard it.
Yeah.
He's Swedish, you know, or something.
Yeah.
He's Swedish. They get a pass.
They get, yeah.
I give him a pass.
Pass. The Swedes are good.
Dude, PewDiePie got one.
How many gorillas could Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, they would say, I want to fight the gorilla barehanded.
That gorilla is in incredible pain.
The gorilla's your father. Fight your father.
Unimaginable pain.
Slay the dragon. People in the old days would have fought gorillas if they just dropped a boulder on a gorilla, which is what they probably did back in the day. Edge a boulder up to the top of it and then drop it. That would be my thing. If I went back in time, I would say that. And they go, well, the gorillas don't hang out under the rock cliff. And I go, well, I got nothing else. Do you have any paella or something? I mean, I heard the food back in this time was great. How many gorillas?
Sam Harris, who runs a meditation app, but also believes that Israel should just bomb anyone at any time that it is hilarious to be a guy who runs a meditation app and he spends half the time telling people about breathing and how to self-actualize, and the other half of the time telling people that we need to bomb as many children as humanly possible until Israel feels comfortable. That's just an interesting archetype of person. It just is. Okay, I want everybody right now to breathe. I want you to breathe in and out.
And just take a few deep breaths.
What we need to do is indiscriminately bomb women and children. I want you to breathe in and out right now. I want you to imagine an apartment complex. There's children playing soccer outside. Now it's gone. It's gone because there were bad people in it. Now they're all gone. Now it's rubble. And I know it's sad, but it's necessary. Collateral damage. I want you to say 2 words. Collateral damage. Focus on your breathing. Sam Harris.
John just confirmed 14,000 years old.
Oh, John, you don't look a day over 900.
Okay.
Paul Mc- crazy, but I don't think
what you're creating is not.
Do you ever look at your brother, like, just catch him and, like, he knows that you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing about it, like over the years.
One of the senior curators.
There's a new game coming out. Take a look at this. There's a survival game in the 14th century for Birmingham. I think that's in like Europe or something, like in England.
God. No.
Who wins? 100 Mike Tysons or 1 gorilla?
No, serious. 100 of those, right? 20 at a time rushing them, fighting them. Probably got, get he's not gonna stop his teeth out of his mouth, kicking him in the balls, grabbing the stick. 100 of me, get out of here.
Who wins?
If we assume that we humans...
When I got there, Cam, I wanted to hate this dude. First dude I meet, hey man, how you doing? I'm Tom Brady. Like, I don't know who the hell you are. Like, he's the first one to see the dude that comes, the practice squad guy that they sign. Hey, how you doing, man? I'm Tom Brady. Great to have you here. All that. I'm sitting watching for like a week or two. And I finally told him, I'm like, yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I wanted to hate you. I said, but now I see why everybody loves you. Can't hate that dude, man. Like, he genuinely cares about everybody.
Did you think New England was cheating when you...
Hell yeah, they was cheating. They must have stopped when I got there. When I got there, Cam, I wanted to hate this dude. First dude I meet, hey man, how you doing? I'm Tom Brady. Like, I don't know who the hell you are. Like, he's the first one to see the dude that comes, the practice squad guy that they sign. Hey, how you doing, man? I'm Tom Brady. Great to have you here. All that. I'm sitting watching for like a week or two. And I finally told him, I'm like, yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I wanted to hate you. I said, but now I see why everybody loves you. Can't hate that dude, man. Like, he genuinely cares about everybody.
Did you think New England was cheating when you...
Hell yeah, they was cheating. They must have stopped when I got there. When I got there.
Hey, Josiah.
One of the first jobs I had actually was
What if all the ice on Earth melted? Imagine Antarctica becomes bare land, Greenland loses its ice, and the Arctic turns into open ocean. This would cause global sea levels to rise by 66 meters. New York would be underwater, and Florida would be almost completely gone. Parts of Los Angeles and San Francisco would become islands, and the entire east coast of South America would vanish. In Europe, the Netherlands and Denmark would risk disappearing, while parts of the UK would sink under rising waters. Venice would vanish completely, while Barcelona and Rome would face partial flooding. In Asia, entire megacities, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Bangkok, would be partially underwater, and Bangladesh would almost completely disappear. The entire coastline of Africa would change dramatically, just like Australia's, where megacities would vanish as if they had never existed. But that's just the beginning. Without ice to reflect sunlight, Earth would heat up fast, sparking wildfires, droughts, and floods. The Gulf Stream would weaken, sending Europe into the cold, while Africa dries out. All glaciers would melt, and that could cause a global freshwater shortage. What if all the ice on Earth melted? Imagine
We have a corrupt campaign finance system.
What do you like to listen to?
I do make music. I really.
The difference between the Vietnam era vet and one of the big ones and the World War II guys, they all did the same thing combat-wise, and they all had the same, I think, mentality. But the difference is that when they came back, they came back on ships. They had about a month or 3 weeks or whatever it was coming back from Germany or whatever theater they were in, that they were with their buddies and the guys they went over and fought with, and they had the chance to debrief and talk about, you know, their experiences and move through some of that stuff with people that actually understood what the hell they'd been through. Vietnam wasn't like that. I came back by myself, you know, along with a bunch of other guys that I didn't know. You know, they just happened to be rotating back at that time from various parts. Some of them were in Saigon. They were all over Vietnam. We had hundreds of thousands of troops there at that time. And, you know, I came back, you know, with nobody really to talk to about it or share about it, and nobody in the States understood it. They just didn't understand what it was like to kill people. It's not a good thing. The difference between the difference
Isn't it funny how just a few questions can completely change it?
Your P's incorrectly.
Today I'm announcing my retirement. Started when I was 8 years old.
Your friend just beat the Freeze at Atlanta Braves game. Your friend just beat the Freeze at...
Jazz hasn't necessarily been super effective at the plate, even though he does have 7 homers, 3 doubles. Yanks are strong.
Day 11 of building my time.
Didn't we win the first battle?
Oh, yes. You were winning. No, you won a lot.
Okay.
What was the first battle?
The first Manassas or Bull Run.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys got a big...
When do we come out with that pacifier that really shuts these kids down for a couple hours?
A stray narwhal has been adopted by a pod of beluga whales and...
Oh, and the throwdown hit Elish. Oh, and the throwdown hit Elish.
What I'm talking about, nigga! Come on!
She used me for mine. She used me for mine. Because I put on.
He said you have the greatest. He said you have the greatest snap count in history, so he wants you to do the snap count.
So there's a couple different ways, but like the biggest way is this. Everybody knows, you know, hut is like the word to go.
Yeah.
So I preferred the hut rhythm as opposed to the hut rhythm.
Okay.
Right. So an on one would be like, so go, color number hut. You know, so go, green 80 hut, and that's the ball snapped. Right.
Yeah.
And so then a hard count. The one I preferred, the one I settled on, the one I'd consider as part of my, like, it's my baby.
Yeah.
And I'd be curious if other coaches or other quarterbacks think about this. Was like the so go green 90 hot.
I jumped. I jumped.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
awesome. He said you have the greatest snap count in history, so he wants you to do the snap count.
So there's a couple different ways. Now I'm excited about this.
It's the Israeli lobby, or the Zionist lobby, that's the most influential in Washington, without question.
So why is it that it's okay to talk about every other lobby, right? It's totally okay to talk about China.
Right.
I don't think anyone accuses you of being anti-Asian? Why is it that the Israeli lobby is not only just something that, you know, maybe we don't talk about, but it seems like people are trying to mislead the public on how much influence they have with a concerted effort right now?
I think people are trying to mislead us or mislead the American people and turn their attention away from or protect Israel. So the idea is to protect Israel. As if free speech here is unimportant, as if the First Amendment is unimportant, that we can't here on this show criticize Zionist policy. So I think it's also a deception, trying to deceive the American people. It's the Israeli lobby or the
p.m. 5 p.m.
My ultimate's ready.
My ult is ready.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Another huge day for unemployed people. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Everyone, welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. Now, normally in a Content Deputy, I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight into it. Keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. If any of that fanfare, we're just going to get straight into it. I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. Unfortunately, I was wrong in thinking that, because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity, Hassan. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Hila are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that. We did band together. The community and the fighters involved ended up raising $175,000 for charity. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will attack Creator Clash through us or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa, masters of putting on an event.
He's reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts and it just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post that equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull. He's saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon. Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Hila. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now, with this recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous two events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event. Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's either you're going to talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're going to have a charity event. It really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we made with Creator Clash. It's still happening, June 28th. I'm just not going to be involved in it. Please, for the love of God, support this event. I feel like in some ways I'm like cutting off an arm so that I could escape the bear trap and so I can fight. Well, that's a bad analogy. You guys get it. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move. If the previous Content Cop was entertaining to you, or this video is entertaining, or you like the message, the best thing that you can do, for me, is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well. I didn't try this shit because I thought I was going to be a good boxer. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer. And now I'm finally back to where I started, which is making fucking Content Cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely. But it's crazy that I've just returned to Content Cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description. Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity, support the fighters, and have a good-ass time. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing because I think I am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant to be rolling around in pig shit all day long, and other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
You underestimate my strength! I've got coach's strength! The will of Allah! I mean Yahweh! Yahweh!
I think the worst criticisms I labeled at Ethan is that he's a bad boss, a tyrant of a boss. I just implied that he was being taken advantage of by people either in his community or outside of his community, and I called him a bitch-made coward. That was like the summary of personal insults labeled at Ethan. Before Ethan even knew what my video was about, he was already framing me as anti-Semitic.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it. Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually. All Israelis are settlers, actually. What is he going to give me a history lesson now? Is he a historian? Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way, and only extends to the point where you're actually talking about Jewish people or Israelis. Then empathy stops and they should all be murdered. Bro's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up. There's a Jew. I heard there's a Jewish.
That's not what Timothy McVeigh did.
They want all you guys to quit and for me to just be like alone. Little Jew boy alone.
Like Ethan under a year ago was saying he doesn't use anti-Semitism in that way. He's not a guy to call anything and everything anti-Semitic.
You know, in my whole life, I've never screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet, and I have never fucking ever done this. Okay, so the people online, they're saying, oh, Ethan's making himself a victim or Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism. I've done this once in my life right now.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I mean, I get that he's scared and offended, but this was the whole fucking point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place. You were triggered by this CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it. That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm going to watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think, I feel like you're going to get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on, but I just feel
of course
like
not. Because I know that
you're understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little...
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys. I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys.
You attacked us, so I attacked back, and now you're acting surprised and shocked, and you're doing it all on your podcast live. So naturally, you reacting live is you having an emotional reaction and seeing things that honestly are scary.
I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like? He's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it, dude.
Should call him up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. Fair weather friends who are so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
spineless. Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What's very insane about this content cop is I was thinking about Ethan's feelings so much in that video. I thought about the idea of like how I shouldn't be saying the term Zionist or Zionism in that video, because I was like, he has explained before that that's personally insulting to him and he doesn't like that. You know, regardless of how true it is, I was like, I'm going to think about Ethan's feelings and not mention this. Fast forward to him reacting to my video, he's just outright calling me a fucking Nazi.
Is it a coincidence that Ian really shaved his head just before doing this video and he's holding a swastika one? I mean, we can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that? Well, this is the white savior, Ian, who's just found empathy, unless you're Jewish, of course.
Ethan, people are allowed to shave their head and not be called anti-Semitic. I mean, if you're going to critique his podcast or be pissed off that he personally insulted you, even that is enough to be called anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword hilt because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally. And he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No, no. I don't actually think that. The chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
I picked up a random sword in Hassan's room that was laying around. That could be the end of the discussion. You don't actually need to debate Hassan about the sword hilt.
He left it up.
Decision-making
If
of
it was a mistake,
person
he could have
who I
deleted
am
it.
not-
But I'm not going to delete the photo because that would be indulging in your weird anti-Semitic fantasies.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that?
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real. I was even equating to him having crash out moments in the same way that Denims could have crash out moments. I think we're all capable of it, but he was using it in the video to suggest that I was making fun of his mental health.
To my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable that you're going through this right now, Ethan. We all go through this.
To characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
Every fucking example that you tried to smear me with was me actually pointing to something else that could be affecting you. He even brought up the clip of me saying, if you get help. We all need help. Everyone on this planet needs help. I don't care how you get it. You can wander into the jungle and go on an ayahuasca trip. I don't care how you get your help or what you define as help. But if it helps you, that would be good. Because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS
yes.
came to us.
So, like,
without
for a lot of
without even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me, and I didn't have any chance to defend myself? You just immediately, in the same podcast, right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic, and then you said, fuck Ian and Anissa. And you linked those together, you kind of layered those flavors, and then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame your audience for getting confused because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also gonna get scrambled.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying like, if I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of
It's all the
when
part of the same
CPS was
clip.
called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever, like the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
This is what I was talking about. You cannot have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends of 8 years.
I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself, which is why I'm crying. On the other hand, I don't know if that's a good state to be in life.
That's that. Kind of spitting.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking shit about us on his podcast before any CPS visit. On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa. But you don't just talk about us. You shit talk us, and you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
Like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the?
I said
who
they're
called
primarily responsible for
CPS?
harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
And now Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from
Yeah,
you?
I'm trying
to-
Because I'm not trying to get
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And although meanwhile he is covered in viscous, low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denims and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
The problem with this CPS thing is that Ethan has proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him, what the fuck am I meant to do? I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you, because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No,
selected.
it's this. I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged.
Oh,
there,
really?
Over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think.
Yeah,
it's not timed. It's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing this smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denim's chat. But that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses.
Reading the chat,
it's
co-signing
very,
it.
very, very dangerous.
Now pay attention to
he doesn't
her
actually
chat.
have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility. It's just so bizarre that Ethan would expect Anise and I to make a statement when Denims herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
So we're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's part
Yeah.
of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience, is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts. What we were thinking, we were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
We were speculating.
Oh,
And now Hila has Giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
Really? How many siblings do you have?
I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how
really?
many because you're afraid that it will
Yeah,
somehow
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of Awful Taste but Great Execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with, because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things? We can. I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yes.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there was some explanation, at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
What if we do both do them? We'll both do 25 at once.
25 each?
Oh my goodness.
Great form by
Yeah,
both.
really nice. They must work out.
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you've continually illustrated that you can't keep track of anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast where we're expressing sympathy for him and Hila was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing-induced CTE than harassment-induced CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that like he shared such intimate moments with me, but it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
You guys were buddies for a long time.
He texted me like one time like, hey dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation right now. That's it. So Ian kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it. Okay?
Just in that particular moment,
And then
or
he-
like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the Content Cop where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Hila act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And being
pedophile. Pirate Software was like weird about it. It's like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looks like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought, we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what? We didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What we took it as is Ethan and Neil are shit-talking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all of their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop. So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
You might think that all of the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around you dragging me into your shit. You know, you knew that you were going through a lot, and you were saying, I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa. It's not Hassan, it's not all of these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beefs and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he said and posted about Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
he was
not.
very nasty.
Well,
I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking it on himself, he decided to imply that Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, she would have to pay back $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's been working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neela will victimize themselves every chance they get. But when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back to you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast and you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for the future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all of the fighters get what they wanted out of it. I'm sorry that I'm such a fucking nasty person who just wants to roll around in the shit. I'll put the link to Creator Clash down in the description if you want to support them in their mission to get creators to fight and raise money for charity. You can do that down there. I will be doing that on my own, and I hope you guys have a good time. Also, for all the people who touch grass, I want to remind you to click the like button on this video, not so it goes in your algorithm or anything, just specifically so that we can add a counter narrative, or I can get an idea of how much astroturfing is out there, because I know that a lot of these fuckers, they love their dislike button extensions. And I saw that shit and I was like, what the fuck? These are all like fabricated numbers. The like-dislike ratio was like 80-20 on my video, and then they tried to create a narrative of like, no, people actually hate this content cop, guys. It's actually so much worse. Like, bitch, like, people were more upset with, like, my wife being on OnlyFans. You're not gonna convince the internet that fucking Ethan Klein isn't being a piece of shit. Like, sorry, guys. It doesn't matter how many dislike extensions you have.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi, okay? Yeah, fuck you guys too, okay? How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
It's blatantly and obviously fucking disingenuous. This shit blew my fucking mind. Like, this is fucking insane. And, like, dangerous. He is going out of his way to slander you as a neo-Nazi. Like, that can get you hurt.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Hello?
Hello, this is Ian. I just got at your place, dude. I'm out front.
Oh, cool. What up, man? Nice. Cool. All right. I'm going to go let you in. Coming through the garage, okay? I'll meet you there. Oh, hey, there you are. Hey. How was the drive?
Always good.
H3H3 Productions and iDubbbz are foundational in both Gen Z's online upbringing and YouTube history entirely. From Content Cop and Bad Unboxing to Hot Knife videos and an unfortunately long N-word compilation, both creators helped define YouTube's golden age of edgy comedy.
Ian, we're over here.
Okay, well, how am I gonna get up there?
I've got a fire escape ladder.
It'd be nice if you got a solid ladder that didn't swing. Maybe we film a normal video. Don't have to do any goofs or gags, but, you know, obviously, it seems like you're playing one on me.
As their careers diverged and their collaborations faded into history, their paths unexpectedly converged again in 2025. Not through partnership, but through conflict.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me.
I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan.
After Child Protective Services reportedly showed up at Ethan and Neela Klein's home in the early morning hours, that day's H3 podcast episode was weirdly centered around Ian and Anissa. Not because of anything they said, but because of what they didn't.
Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because like, why would I not? It was crazy. Of course I was gonna stand by you, that's insane. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me. If you wanna hang out with those people and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
Let's just say the online discourse was heavily centered around Giardia, a fecally transmitted illness, according to Ethan, who casually claimed he, his kids, and even his dog all had.
Olive has Giardia. Sonny's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth. He has Giardia. Ela has Giardia. I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God. If you're making an active decision that like you don't give a f about your health, your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well.
Ian, who has largely stayed silent throughout Ethan's public unraveling, finally broke his silence, not out of malice, mostly out of concern. And he did it in the only way he knew how, by bringing Content Cop out of retirement after 7 long years to respectfully dunk on Ethan Klein. Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/NorthstarRadio. Before the drama, before the CPS calls and Giardia discourse, Ethan and Ian were friends. Kind of. I don't really know.
Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Ela. It's like kind of an internet friendship.
Ethan and iDubbbz were more or less in the same YouTube content niche. Edgy, uncensored, anti-woke comedy. In 2016, iDubbbz was on the H3 podcast. That same year, he made an appearance in some iconic H3H3 Productions videos like Vape Nation, Colorblind Glasses, and the aforementioned Hot Knife video. One of his more notorious moments was his first appearance on the podcast.
Who said it's just been around the block? Yeah. I love that I can just say yeah. I feel like you're using it a little liberally. I love saying
Throughout this time, Ian and Ethan were simultaneously working on their own projects and collaborating with other creators besides just each other. Like Ian's popular series Comedians on Scooters getting Crunchwrap Supreme or whatever it's called, where he had the whiz kid himself, Vsauce, as a guest.
Hey, Michael, how's it going?
Good to see you.
Good
Thanks
to
for
see
coming
you.
by.
Yeah.
You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit hungry.
I like it pretty short. Pretty short?
Yeah,
I don't like that big I like
man.
them short and thick.
Yeah.
Yeah?
The most popular series between the two was iDubbbz Content Cop, a series Ethan actually made a cameo in as well. Content Cop was a show meant to call out the worst of YouTube, people using the platform to bully and harass smaller creators. However, Content Cop sort of became what it was critiquing when iDubbbz decided to show up to a Tana Mojo meetup and add to his compilation.
Say.
What we do here is go back. What we do here is go back.
We're gonna be like the last ones to see Tana, so I'm pretty thrilled about that. And we're gonna be like that little cherry on top, so that little whipped cream fluff frosting. Is it worth it? Hell yeah, it's worth it.
This girl's gonna take a picture because this camera's like for the future.
Say.
Walks up to me and he kind of like locks his arm around me, like around my neck like this. And it wasn't like it was like a chokehold or anything. It was very like firm and like tight, like I couldn't have really gotten it out, if that makes sense. I'll explain that in a second. And so the guy looks at me and he wraps his arm around me and he looks in the camera and he goes, say, and he puts his thumbs up and then like blank and he says the N-word, like hard R. N-word, like say N-word, like hard R, like smiling, loud as fuck, like yells it, and then like looks at me and looks into the camera, like
say.
Please imagine, like say blank, like yelling, thumbs up, arm locked around me.
Say.
And I literally, like, I don't even know how to describe this moment to you guys. I never understood how people would feel in moments like that where you were scared for so many reasons, for your life, for other people's lives. So then I kind of try to like break free, you know what I mean? Like get his arm away from me and so like the first time I tried to, like he didn't like let go. And that's where my brain instincts like, okay, does he have a gun? Does he have a knife? Like whatever. This was very quick. It wasn't like he held me in for much longer. And then I pull away harder and finally pull away. That's where my brain is like, do I run? Do I scream? Do I cry? Do I hide? Do I cuss him out? Do I ask him what's wrong? Like, I don't know what to do, you know? And he's just looking at me like with the creepiest, most terrifying smile.
Exaggerator, a storytime Pokemon, also.
Ian eventually stopped making Content Cops and collaborating with Ethan entirely, and years later ended up apologizing for his behavior in the earlier years of his time on YouTube. His apology even reached Tana, and it seemed appreciated.
And I guess he posted this apology video apologizing for like a bunch of things he did in the past, one of them being the video he made with me or like to me. And I was like, damn, I just never expected that. And I don't know how I feel about it, you know, because like I kind of think I like deserved that. I was debating having him on Canceled and kind of on my podcast. It also was just so long ago, and I feel like I've garnered such a new fan base since then that a lot of people don't even really know about it.
You don't want to rehash anything, or
not even that. I just like, you know what I mean? Like it's when something's been so long, what's the
point?
Okay, I feel that.
He seems like he's doing great.
The only sort of connection Ethan had with Ian after their collaborations dried up was an appearance here and there on the H3 podcast to promote Creator Clash.
We're joined by my good friend iDubbbz, Ian, many people, his parent, his
AB, a producer of H3, participated in the last Creator Clash, and in a weird twist, his wife Lena is currently training for the next Creator Clash, unfortunately getting stuck in the middle of this whole mess.
Lena's fighting in your fight, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I actually can't believe that he did this. It's actually fucking unreal.
Pretty wild.
By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack because why would you do this and not even tell her? Like, why would you invite someone on the show and do this? It's just fucking mean-spirited.
Alright, now that we got all of that out of the way, let's talk about Ethan's more recent relationship with iDubbbz. Since the start of Ethan's crash out, Ian has stayed mostly silent. Here and there, he's made a few light jabs, poking fun at Ethan's latest unhinged take, but what really pushed Ethan over the edge wasn't Ian directly. It was the Twitter activity of Froggy Tonic, a former Creator Clash editor loosely associated with Ian and Anissa.
Froggy Tonic, who is a previous editor and friend of Anissa and iDubbbz, who also, I mean, Anissa was interacting with him as far as like the same day, talking to him on Twitter. She's at least on friendly terms with them. His editor, Froggy psychopath,
yeah,
that's what it happened. Their editor was saying psycho shit about Hila and me, calling us like baby killers and shit. And I was like, damn, bro, you're not even gonna say anything? Like, what the hell?
So here's what happened. On February 18th, during a live H3 podcast episode, Ethan casually told a story about how his new dog had infected the entire family with Giardia, a fecally transmitted disease according to Ethan's own words. He emphasized that Giardia is only contracted through ingesting contaminated poop, which, unintentionally or not, led viewers to one obvious conclusion. Your family was eating each other's poop. I mean, what else are we supposed to infer?
Olive has Giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
and now Hila has Giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from
Yeah,
you?
I'm trying to...
Because I'm not trying to get
Can we crank the AC, maybe?
Is it?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
What Ethan saw as a harmless anecdote was to much of his audience a moment of unnecessary oversharing, and frankly, a little alarming. The public discourse surrounding Giardia Gate was heavily focused on Ethan and Hila Klein and their abilities as parents, which I mean is sort of in question. I think Ethan's story warrants at least some commentary.
I have to reiterate, it's unlikely that this even happened, but if it did, it was totally warranted. If you look at what he himself has said on the stream, there's no fucking way that if you showed that to someone at CPS, they would not be concerned enough for a visit.
Then on March 3rd, things escalated. Someone close to the family, according to CPS, made a call to Child Protective Services.
In our long career of being influencers in the public sphere, we've been swatted several times. The helicopters come, fire trucks come, police come. We, after all these years, still getting new experiences. This morning we got a visit from Child Protective Services, an anonymous call saying that they were somebody that works at the house. They wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses.
Whether CPS actually showed up at their home is unclear. We only have Ethan's word, which doesn't exactly inspire confidence. But what we do know is that on the next episode of the H3 podcast, Ethan and Hila basically had a couples crash out session, experimenting with their own schizophrenic tendencies, trying to piece together any and all people who could have been responsible for this. A couple of those scapegoats being Twitch streamer Denims and former Creator Clash video editor Froggy Tonic.
How is this allowed on Reddit?
That's crazy.
2 hours, no moderation. How is this allowed? I'm losing my fucking mind.
It's just so obvious. Like none of these people are actually worried about.
No. This is a serious fucking issue. Like this is not. This has to be dealt with. This is not normal. I had kids crawling around. Holy crap, that's dark. Poor kids deserve better. So I work in a field where I'm mandated.
Poor kids deserve better.
I work in a field where I'm a mandated reporter. If I heard this story in a setting related to my job, I would have to call CPS. Yeah, I'm a nurse. If I had a pediatric patient come in and his wife. And this was with the story. I'm 100% reporting it. There's a lot of people that support us, but they won't say anything because they don't want to deal with the ramifications of what can only be described as like the most organized, malicious harassment campaign I've ever seen.
He had to spend long hours hunched over a laptop, ignoring his children and the poop they were eating for months to deliver that powerful content puke against the most evil man to ever live.
They've been going with that
basically, for a long time. Oh yeah, Ethan's kids roll around and eat dog shit in their house. And then Denim hosts this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
Your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting giardia?
Yeah, I never said the dog shit in my house. I never said the kids are eating shit. I said Sonny crawls around. He's an infant. He puts everything in his mouth. And I speculated if it could be related, his diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia. You have to ingest my poop.
It's really becoming hard to do this show because it's like you can't tell any random story anymore because it becomes like content for this guy and a whole weapon against us.
I'm not going to edit myself, that's for sure. But
I know, but this is getting really difficult.
There has to be a way to hold Reddit accountable. At this point, I can't even blame the snarkers. It's just they are enabling it, they're allowing it, and as far as I can tell, they are participating in it. What the you guys? What the what do I do?
Maybe we need to make like a Instagram reel where I say what happened, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter.
I don't think anything.
That won't work.
There's the answer is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy. You know how compromised Reddit is? I haven't said this before. It's so infuriating. We got a hold of someone at Reddit a few weeks ago after everything was like peak, like max crazy. And we told them about all the snark stuff. It was a comms person and they got back to us and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people and they're harassing people. So I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
Ethan is clearly trying to deflect here, framing the entire situation as some grand H3 snark narrative.
It turned into this whole snark narrative. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that whose claim to fame as being iDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called.
But he's the one who told the internet his whole family got sick by ingesting poop. That's not a leap people are making. That's your own damn story.
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Also, it's hilarious how defensive they get about their house being clean, despite the fact that Ethan literally described his entire household catching giardia. That's not something you get from a single rogue turd.
He was checking the house and like, where do the dogs go potty? Because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
The house is spotless.
Our house is so clean.
I realized that being a father is basically just living in a world of poop. The dogs poop downstairs.
Just look at this clip of Ethan stepping on a fossilized piece of poop under his desk.
It just depends on how significantly different this is than their existing content. I mean, if it's like a huge jump up in production quality, then it'll make sense. What's happening?
The carpet from one of the dogs. It's like a super it's like a super, how do you call it? Fibery,
petrified?
Super fluffy with like strings, you know?
Yeah.
And obviously we clean our carpet, but I can't even see it with my naked eye. I was just passing my foot over it and felt a bump. It's old, by the way. It's hard.
Gross.
By this point, the petty finger pointing reached a new level, and I'm having trouble even understanding how we got to this point so fast.
You did go in on him a little bit. You call him spineless. You said you're no friend of mine.
So what?
Well, I'm just saying, just to give the context.
He is spineless, and this just proves it. Like, what a fucking coward.
Ethan and Hila basically called Ian and Anissa spineless for not publicly denouncing Froggy, as if Ian was responsible for a former editor tweeting mean things in response to Ethan's own disgusting story, which makes no sense. There's no actual connection, no evidence, just a bunch of paranoid theorizing because someone, somewhere, reacted exactly how you'd expect after hearing a story about a child allegedly eating poop. That is what Ethan said on his podcast.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
spineless.
He could say something too. He has his own following.
Well, Ian knows us better than
mouth.
anything.
He's been with us. He's seen us with our kids.
Spineless, actually.
He could say something too. If you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know. Yeah.
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims is
Denim.
actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll
And if
show you
you're
guys
friends with
instead.
them, then you're saying what they're saying, right?
Oh, well, that child protective service is even the worst thing. I mean, she's said worse things about you and me.
Yeah.
And I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
After Ethan escalated things with his former friend, Ian finally felt compelled to respond, dusting off the recession indicator itself, Content Cop, in the year 2025.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do a react content yet, chat.
I'm the same. Nobody's telling you to wake up, Ethan.
Ooh, yummy. I love Sabra hummus.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Just wake up.
This wasn't just a nostalgic throwback. Ian's Content Cop on Ethan Klein delivers a sharp but strangely compassionate critique, centered on a few key points. Ethan engages in performative behavior and avoids accountability. Ethan uses his Jewish identity as a shield when it's convenient, disregarding criticism as anti-Semitism. Ethan is rude to his employees. Ethan manipulates his audience to pity him. Ethan uses the button to avoid accountability and growth. But at its core, Ian's video isn't a takedown. It's a wake-up call, a slap in the face of a former friend who's clearly spiraling. He even ends the video not with rage, but with a sincere plea for Ethan to change.
I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports for good that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool, because I thought it was like, he was fighting for free speech.
And in a stroke of brilliance, Ian dropped the video at the exact moment Ethan went live on the H3 podcast, ensuring the reaction would be captured in real time.
Well, what happened? There's more bad news?
I do have some more bad news for you. Some breaking news. Your old friend iDubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is no, it can't be.
Well.
It actually can't be. Holy f, dude.
It sure is.
Oh my God. Holy f.
And from a quick scrub through, I think, well, it's going to be a little spicy.
Check the description.
Oh my God! Like what? Like what? Why? What would I do to like fucking like what kind of fucking like bro? What kind of cowardly bullshit is this? Like we have one disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly after everything I've done to support you guys, and like you bring on people who are fucking denims and Frogan, who did a fucking anti-Semitic tier list, and you're platforming them? I am genuinely in disbelief. And by the way, I know all the criticism that all these people level against me, and there's no shot that this video holds any fucking water. I'll watch the whole thing. I don't give a fuck.
Ethan, of course, has been gloating about the fact that he reacted to it instantly.
I hope people let him know how it's done. When Ian dropped the video about me, I opened it, live streamed it, immediately. That's what's called accountability, and that's what's called believing in yourself.
But before hitting play, he spent a good while ruminating on the idea, even calling Hila and having her come over as soon as possible while his employees frantically scrubbed the video to find parts they should avoid.
I can't believe how fucking insane this is. I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you? I feel like you're going to get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button. I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. She's on the way?
Oh, yeah. She said she's coming to the office. She's leaving the house now, she said.
Oh, about this?
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, bro.
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it now?
I suggested that.
I think we should.
Go ahead, you can suggest. I'm open to suggestions.
Just in terms of like it being in the moment, maybe do we want to watch it off and then?
And now he's forcing this conversation to continue and platforming this group of fucking psychopaths, minus Kirk. Legend. Let's do a poll. I see people are. I can do it now.
They're gonna say watch. They're gonna tell you to watch.
There's no
it,
point
obviously.
for a poll.
Well, let's see. I'm curious. They could say watch.
I just think, you know.
Well, if Hila's coming.
You should do it off stream. Because I feel like, I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was, but.
You're coming here because of this content cop? Okay.
I told you.
Your thoughts on this so far? I mean, we're debating if we should watch it or not. Let's do the poll. Let's see like how much percent yes it is.
Should Ethan watch the IDub videos, just yes or no?
I can't believe I'm on the phone with a Zionist baby killer, Hila.
Yeah, I know.
On YouTube, of his fan channels re-uploading, like every time he's talked about us, 41 videos. 41 videos about me in the past 30 days. 41.
That's a substantial amount. A lot of those are just like re-uploads of the same clips, right?
All right, let me just get to that part at least. The fact that you want to associate with these people openly is so fucking sick. Holy shit, dude. When Ian dropped the video about me, I opened it, live streamed it immediately.
Eventually, he started watching, cautiously, painfully cautiously, pausing every few seconds, often unable to muster a coherent response.
He's so zany, you guys. Remember how zany and cool iDubbbz is? He's doing karate and cool. He's being silly in a fucking cabin. Look at him go. Yeah. Yeah. Bro, just to give you an idea, he puts this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them. This is like ancient lore stuff, but like we made a special one just for them. Like actual friendship stuff. It's pretty nuts. Is this funny? I mean... Is that funny?
Out of a 3-hour podcast, he made it only 17 minutes into the video. The only thing Ethan really threw at Ian was a mix of name-calling and petty mockery. He was so stunned by the whole situation, he couldn't even form a coherent defense, just flailed around, clearly thrown off and grasping for anything that might stick.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. And people go, oh, Mr. No, listen, that's right. I'm going after his tattoos. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Cringe, bro. I'm kidding, by the way. People are going to be like, this is all he had to say? I don't think this is going to be hard to react to at all. I mean, so far, this is just pathetic.
H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this...
He did his silly accent.
I mean, that is exactly right, though.
The moment I saw this man in a mullet covered in fucking Chuck E. Cheese 25-cent tattoos, I got concerned for him.
In the following episode, Ethan reacted to the full thing, donning a suit in remembrance of his former friend.
Today, we approach this episode somberly. I've dressed up as I'm... Unfortunately, we'll be attending a funeral for a friend today.
But what was meant to be a big dick move on the part of Ethan, watching the content cop on stream after its release, he goes on to admit to pre-watching the entire video the night before.
Can we now say, because last night we did make sure we finished the video and watched everything, there was not even one mention of CPS.
And although he now proudly claims to have watched every pixel,
I immediately went and watched it live. Because I want people to know just how unafraid I am of this video.
He conveniently skipped over the section about being a terrible boss.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew
Let's not talk about the crew. So I vowed that I'm not even going to comment on the crew part. Obviously, if anybody wants to, they're welcome to, but I just want to keep the crew out of it, actually.
We're going to skip forward to like 45
there you
or something.
Go.
Well, yeah, where does it, let me see. So just to say that, so they can't say I'm avoiding criticism, the most biting thing in there is the button where the button didn't work and I'm speaking harshly to AB.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, like that was one instance where I was speaking harshly to AB and we were having a real world workplace experience. I don't even think it's really that big of a deal.
His response, if you can even call it that, was light on substance. Mostly whining, deflection, and one especially telling moment where the context of a clip was clear as day and Ethan and Hila still pretended they didn't understand it.
They claim that Hila... if you read online about her, the claim is that Hila says children are trained to hate Jews from birth. What is their evidence?
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
Like their evidence is Hila doing I mean.
And I don't even remember what, like sometimes there's multiple conversations happening at once here. I don't even remember where this was going. Like this was our post-election stream, right? Where we were all... Yeah.
There was lots of chatter back and forth. As the podcast
a
does.
Nightmare of a stream when we were like, okay, Trump won.
Oh. So at any rate,
I don't even remember what like.
So once again, world building on this.
Yeah.
This is their fucking evidence for this insane claim. By the way, this extraordinary claim that Hila thinks kids are trained to hate Americans by the age of 2. Pretty extreme claim. The evidence should be pretty extreme.
They're taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
Mean,
like, checkmate.
Yeah. where does it go from there? Like, I don't say anything. I don't know what.
Let's watch it unfiltered.
The movement of not voting is so funny to me. Especially by people pro-Palestine, because if Trump gets elected,
he's the most pro-Israel president of all time.
It's not good.
The context is he was fucking defending Gaza because people like Hassan pathetically voted for Jill Stein instead of Kamala Harris and say things as dumb as this.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's insane.
There's really nothing of substance in this episode, even though they had all day before to write up a substantial response. It's mostly just Ethan whining for hours, circling the same tired points without offering anything meaningful or new. But the 2 React episodes got a combined 3 million views, so I'm sure Ethan was happy to live his former glory. Ethan's biggest rebuttal, if you can even call it that, was that Ian left out several things from his video.
Now I have here a list of things that iDubbbz left out of the video that I think are important.
So, a few days later, still spiraling, Ethan tried to recapture the magic of his old H3H3 Productions days and released a response video on the main channel. A video that absolutely did not need to be made given how lost for words Ethan was on both H3 podcast episodes. But hey, it got over 1 million views, and that's all that matters to Ethan.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me. His video's over an hour long and it's full of a lot of accusations. We watched the entire video, every frame of it, responded to every accusation on the podcast in a really long episode. We watched the whole thing, so if you're interested in a more thorough response to everything, I would recommend watching this episode.
Ethan's entire reason for making this video hinges on the fact that Ian didn't mention the alleged CPS call anywhere in his hour-long takedown of Ethan Klein, which isn't exactly shocking considering the supposed CPS call is completely irrelevant. Let's not forget, we don't even know if a call to CPS was ever made, yet Ethan is outraged simply because Ian very loosely associates with people like Denims and Froggy Tonic, who Ethan believes encouraged the call.
The video that I'm making today, however, I don't need an hour for, because there's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time. In the entire video, he never says CPS. No mention, no explanation, no overview, nothing. 0 mentions of CPS. He doesn't explain why I'm upset, who I'm mad at, why I'm mad at them. 0 context. I am just an anonymous screaming lunatic. I was particularly angry during this episode entitled Snark Called CPS on Us, because I hold Denims to be one of the primary reasons, in my opinion, why CPS was called. Another one of their friends, Froggy Tonic, had been spreading the same malicious rumor about me on Twitter for days before CPS was called as well.
Not only is there 0 evidence these people incited anyone to call CPS, but Ian's not responsible for the actions or beliefs of internet acquaintances. They're mutuals, nothing more. This whole video is hilarious because it brings nothing new to the table. It barely addresses Ian at all. It's basically a recycled version of the same rant about Denims that he already posted to the Ethan Klein channel weeks ago. Ethan basically tries to claim that the entire basis of Giardiagate was fabricated by fanatic H3 Snark lunatics leading to CPS showing up at his door.
Me, when my 3 kids ask me why they haven't seen me in the past 4 months, I was in my basement. How can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids when they can't be bothered to protect their dogs? Ethan was neglectful with his dogs, he's already been neglectful with his kids, and he will continue to be. As a child of a neglectful, bipolar, narcissistic dad, that's precisely why I worry about Ethan's kids. I explained it on the podcast, but the truth of the matter is, it's all a lie. It's all wrong. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that he's, whose claim to fame as being iDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called. Which, by the way, Ian does not explain one time.
But let's be real. If anyone's responsible for drawing the attention of CPS, it's probably Ethan Klein himself. He spent countless hours on stream openly discussing his children's health, even speculating on what disease they have and how they got sick in front of tens of thousands of live viewers.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent and then extremely foul-smelling diarrhea. It happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room, he was crying, and I was immediately struck by the foulest his whole room was just wafting and the foulest diarrhea smell.
Some interesting notes from this video. Ethan once again focuses on Bad Empanada, who played a video game where you play as Hamas. Bad Empanada is clearly just demonstrating the hypocrisy when nearly every video game is from the perspective of American soldiers killing Arab people in the Middle East.
If you're wondering who the guy is she's watching, his name is Bad Empanada. And as far as harassment campaigns go, you'd think that Ian, as someone who cares so deeply about it, would be talking about him and not me. Here's a small taste.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is a slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first in Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter.
Ethan goes on to get baited by a hilarious Bad Empanada video, which Ethan only made funnier in the edit.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? Tick-tock, though, Ethan. Tick-tock, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein. Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you. Tick-tock goes the clock.
This entire video reads like it was edited by an H3 hater, not by Ethan Klein himself. The whole thing is just really sad, I'm gonna be quite honest. Surprisingly, as I'm writing this script, Ethan has followed up his first response video with yet another response video, not on the H3H3 Productions channel, but the infamous Ethan Klein channel. This time, promoted with a stern, fact-adjacent headline, they used a swastika on purpose. This video is unintentionally perfect, because it flawlessly proves Ian's point. Every behavior Ian called out in the content cop, Ethan hits them all on cue, using his identity as a shield, launching unhinged schizophrenic harassment campaigns, and playing the eternal victim of anti-Semitism. During Ethan's reaction to the content cop, he noticed something about the sword Ian was holding in several photos.
They had a sword that looked like a swastika in the video. I know it was an anime thing, but maybe we'll be a little more careful.
I said that this morning too.
Let me pull that up. I know that the chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
So I guess he felt the need to make a video out of it. Because trust me, this shit is gonna get played out for months.
Hey guys, Ethan here. I never thought in a million years that these people, as much as I dislike them, would intentionally include a swastika in a call-out. I really wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. But if you watch this entire video, you will come to the same conclusion I did, which is that this is almost certainly an intentional dog whistle. These guys knew exactly what they're doing.
This whole video is so pointless and easily explainable if you're not disintegrating from the inside from a bad case of Giardia. And no, it's not a Nazi sword. It's from an anime. Swastikas were around long before the Nazis. They're not the same symbol, and Ethan knows that. Hassan definitely knows that, considering how often he gets falsely accused of anti-Semitism. When you have no actual defense, you reach for the only weapon left, crying anti-Semitism over and over until your audience is too tired to fact-check you, which is exactly what Ian criticized him for, and somehow Ethan thinks doing it again is a valid rebuttal. At its core, after making several videos on the topic, Ethan never made a response video. It was a tantrum. Ethan's reaction to Ian's content cop is less about correcting misinformation and more about deflecting, projecting, and spiraling in real time. Ian called out Ethan for using his identity as a shield, for ducking accountability, and for launching obsessive harassment campaigns against people he disagrees with. And instead of proving any of that wrong, Ethan spent hours across multiple videos doing exactly what Ian described. He cries anti-Semitism at every turn, fixates on people Ian barely knows, and paints himself as the victim of a grand conspiracy, because actually addressing the criticism would require some self-awareness. The majority of Ethan's response isn't even about the actual content of Ian's video. It's about the fact that Ian made one at all. He can't believe someone he once considered a friend would dare criticize him, so he turns that betrayal into content, because that's what Ethan does now. Repackage personal grievances as righteous outrage, and hope the audience doesn't notice the cracks forming beneath him. Ian's content cop didn't cancel Ethan. It didn't ruin his reputation. It held up a mirror, and Ethan, true to form, punched it. So now we're left watching the fallout. A man once known for his self-awareness, now stuck in a feedback loop of denial, calling everything anti-Semitic and doing exactly what he was criticized for, but louder. Thank you for watching North Star Radio. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
A lot of people online will get into conspiracy theories as a form of entertainment. For most people, they're like fun, what-if stories to get into, almost something like real-life fan fiction. For a good number of people out there, though, those conspiracy theories are completely real. When a bunch of moms on the internet who lost their kids either in custody battles or to CPS hopped on the conspiracy theories, things quickly got wildly out of control. With as big of a hot button as Q is on the internet, with various forms of social media and even YouTube itself trying to ban even negative discussions of the group, I'm going to have to use some workarounds to even discuss it. As you know, the first word of the group is Q and the second word is Anon. Saying them together might get you flagged or even striked. So I'm just going to refer to the group as either Q or the Q movement throughout this video. Given that the Q movement is a massive topic on its own, it's impossible to really deep dive into their beliefs without a whole video dedicated to the topic. It's a far-right conspiracy theory that originated within the Pizzagate movement in 2016 and later really took form on 4chan a year or so after. To put it in the most basic of bullet points, they believe that the government is under full control of a satanic group that controls the deep state, one that they call the Cabal. They believe that this group does anything from engaging in political corruption to trafficking children all over the world. Sometimes the views get much more wild, with many saying that the Cabal goes as far as drinking the blood of children in order to retain their youth or engages in child sacrifice. With all the views they have, children have always been a large focus. When it comes to Q, there's a very strange subsection of believers that you likely haven't even heard about. While child abuse rings, baby blood drinkers, and the need to save children were always big talking points within the Q movement, there were a few prominent members within the group who decided to focus on things like CPS and child custody battles. There was, and still is, a pretty sizable subsection of the group that focuses on getting children back for unfit mothers who have had their kids taken away. While a portion of them likely believe in what they're preaching, a lot more of them operate by much more dubious means. Some prominent characters within these groups claim to be lawyers despite having no legal education or qualifications whatsoever. A lot of them operate on the sovereign citizen defense, which is an entire rabbit hole on its own. To put it simply, they believe that they aren't subject to any government laws unless they consent to being subject to them. This pseudo-legal belief is basically either a delusion, gullible people falling for misinformation, or an outright scam by people who know that it will never work as a legal defense. Nobody who has ever used this defense in a child custody case has ever won, but they still peddle it to desperate, usually mentally ill parents who see it as their one and only way out. One of these unfit mothers went by the name of Cynthia Absug. Cynthia had a son who, by the time he was 7 years old, she claimed had been suffering from a myriad of health problems. She said that he had experienced everything from seizures to heart problems over the years, never actually being able to cite what his specific disorder was. Eventually, she came to tell those who knew her that her son was suffering from a brain tumor and that he was dying. She would parade him around to friends and on social media as her poor, sick child, but the reality is that the boy was fine. Once this was discovered, the authorities were called. In May of 2019, the police found that Cynthia, quote, subjected her son to medical child abuse, commonly known as Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Her son was taken from her custody and placed into a foster home, where it has been said that he was doing much better. As soon as he was removed from Cynthia's care, all of his supposed symptoms vanished in an instant. Now he lives more or less a normal life, free from his mom's exploitation. Cynthia flew into a panic. In a spell of what she called extreme anxiety, she took to the internet and social media in order to find out how to get her son back. She ended up coming across a group online that claimed to be reforming the family court system. It seemed like a promising way to get her kid back. After all, if the entire system were to change, who's to say that she wouldn't benefit? She decided to go deeper down the rabbit hole and eventually reach out herself. One of the men she came across online was a minor online celebrity named Field McConnell. Now a man in his 70s, Field was a former Navy pilot turned major player in the conspiracy theorist scene. Field started out being mainly interested in 9/11 conspiracies, losing his career at Northwest Airlines after he refused to take part in a routine, mandatory neurological exam. He adamantly refused to do so, all the while alleging that Boeing was rigging their planes to explode in order to facilitate more 9/11-style attacks. Field then engaged in a series of frivolous lawsuits that he never saw any benefit from. While most people who knew him felt that he was either losing his mind in his old age or was being manipulated, he was able to garner a pretty loyal group of followers online. Going by the name Abel Danger, he garnered quite a bit of respect within the conspiracy scene. Gradually, though, Field grew bored with the 9/11 conspiracies. Once Q came along, he gradually went down that path instead. Growing obsessed with the idea of the government sex trafficking networks, he grew particularly interested in the idea that CPS agents were being used to kidnap kids. Eventually, he came up with the idea of what he called McConnell Veterans Ranch, a strange plan in which he would build this heavenly compound in Texas where military veterans and child victims he rescued would live together in harmony under his guidance. Claiming that he was engaging in various different legal fights and other efforts in order to take the system down, he took all sorts of donations from his viewers over the years. One of the pseudo-legal law firms that he made connections with was one that called themselves E-Claws. They were one of the fringe groups that clinged on to the idea of sovereign citizenship. The men who ran E-Claws, Kirk Pendergrass and his partner Christopher Hallett, had developed quite close ties with Q believers who believed that CPS agents were stealing children and trafficking them. In long, rambling live streams and videos on YouTube, most of which have now been deleted, Field and the members of E-Claws would speak out about how the mothers who had their children taken away by CPS were nothing more than victims of the deep state, all while raking in donations from their viewers who agreed and supported their cause. Cynthia Absug ate these videos up, feeling that it described her cause perfectly. Still denying that she had Munchausen syndrome, she was able to convince some of her friends and family of the conspiracy as well. One of her family members ended up making a GoFundMe page for her, saying that they needed to hire a lawyer to get Cynthia's son back, still asserting that he suffered from seizures and various neurological disorders. It even said that the authorities made up the Munchausen talking point, in their words, to justify the unjustified removal of children. Cynthia began appearing on various Q-themed shows and streams over time, becoming somewhat of a well-known figure in the circuit as well. She mainly spoke about child sex trafficking in Colorado's child welfare system while using her own story as evidence. Her story really resonated with other moms, especially moms in the same predicament. She told them that their kids were likely being used by either the cabal or Hollywood as either objects of sexual abuse or blood sacrifices in satanic rituals.
I'm a single mother of 4 children. I have 2 older boys, and then I have my 7-year-old son, Michael, who is has some health conditions. And but I would do anything for my son, just to let you know. By January of 2000, I had the CPS, which stands for Child Protective Services, letting me know they had received a call for possible misrepresentation of my son's illness. You know, as being a mom, not knowing the Child Protective Services in some areas is a front for child trafficking and has child trafficking rings in certain areas, I did not know that was, I didn't know what to look out for. So that's the Munchausen syndrome by proxy on another or fictitious disorder is what they're accusing me of now.
After a short period of time, Cynthia caught the attention of Field McConnell, E-Claws, and what they were calling Children's Crusade. Field even spoke to Cynthia directly on an episode of his show in August of 2019, urging her not to get a lawyer to fight for her son. Instead, he insisted that he would report directly to Donald and Melania Trump on the case and that everything would be settled.
No. You're not going to need an attorney. Attorneys are not, they're not the solution, they're the problem. I will get all your information where it needs to go, which is Trump, via the federal protection people that are working with Timothy Charles Homseth, and via the Pentagon pedophile task force. And that stuff, if it has enough sizzle, and yours certainly does, in my estimation, it'll get to Trump and Melania, and they're not going to allow this to continue. Do you mind if we calm down a little bit and I read you Psalm 91?
No, please do. That'd be great. I didn't mean to get so excited, but it's just a tough subject.
While it is almost certain that Field had no contact with Donald Trump or his family and that, even if he did, a random child custody case wouldn't have been a priority, Cynthia didn't care. She wholeheartedly believed him. Eventually, Field decided to send a man named Ryan Wilson, a Q member from Arkansas, out to protect Cynthia, saying that the deep state would now be on a mission to destroy her. The idea that one random man from Arkansas could protect her from the wrath of an evil organization that even the whole US military was under the rule of seemed a bit unrealistic, but Cynthia hung on to his every word. Cynthia was so enamored with the idea that she told her daughter that Ryan Wilson was a trained sniper that could keep them safe. Cynthia's daughter was not a follower of the same beliefs as her mom and immediately came to feel that this whole thing was getting wildly out of control. Cynthia began to only leave her home for periodic meetings with other Q members, bringing Ryan Wilson along with her everywhere. She even bought a gun for herself and made some plans to go training with it at a local range. This is when Ryan and Cynthia began planning what they called the Raid. They decided that they would attack the foster home in which her son was now being raised, take her son back at gunpoint, and flee into the night. Other Q believers had told them that they found the boy's new address, saying that the foster family was a bunch of Satan worshippers after all. Whether or not they had actually found the house is unknown, but Cynthia became so excited about the plan that she informed her daughter of what they were going to do. Cynthia's 16-year-old daughter decided that she couldn't let her mom kill someone or possibly be killed due to these beliefs, so she did the only thing she could think of. She called the police and told them what her mom was about to do. Word of the call soon got out. Cynthia quickly took to the internet to get some advice. Her usual circle of Q believers online told her to flee the home and go on the run. She reached out to a bunch of other believers, including Field McConnell, and begged for help. Cynthia and Ryan fled the home and departed on a journey that would take them over 5,500 miles across the United States over several months. After a while of being on the run, Cynthia began to worry that the Children's Crusade wasn't actually helping her. But still, this didn't lead to her questioning her beliefs. Instead, she mainly changed her focus. Now, Cynthia decided to shift her attention away from Field McConnell and Children's Crusade and make the E-Claws legal team her priority. They drove out to Ocala, Florida, where one of the owners of E-Claws, Christopher Hallett, was working. Christopher had, over time, made a name for himself amongst other moms who had had their children taken away, delivering them false promises of using his mysterious legal know-how that he picked up by working loss prevention for different companies to get their kids back. Despite not being registered as a lawyer in the state of Florida, Christopher presented himself as one. He mainly advertised his legal help on both Facebook and on the Q side of YouTube. Many of his videos were the equivalent of multi-hour-long PowerPoint presentations filled with false promises and nonsensical legal jargon. Like many of the others, he would rake in fairly large amounts of donations for his supposed cause. However, one thing that Christopher failed to disclose was that his legal methods had universally failed. He had never once succeeded in changing the system in any way and had never gotten a child back from CPS even once. Once in a while, when a case he boasted of being a surefire win would fail, he would take to social media to deliver excuses on why his legal defenses hadn't worked, usually blaming corrupt judges in one way or another.
Basically, the long and the short of it is the what the federal court said about dismissing my case for lack of subject matter jurisdiction, being that the charges were breach of trust and libel, is inaccurate. And the reason that we know that on its face is because the appellate court assigned the U.S. government counsel upon appeal. Now, had the original federal judge caught the allegation against the U.S. government, he would have signed the federal government counsel at that time. So that's proof on its face that the original judge's assessment was inaccurate.
Still though, his followers' faith in him never faltered. Cynthia soon arrived at Christopher's door in Florida, begging him to help out with her case, convinced that he was the man that would make all of this go away. She stayed with him for a little while, hoping that he would come up with some miracle method in order to win her case. However, after waiting a while, she came to realize that, much like Children's Crusade, Christopher wasn't really making any headway at all in her case, or really accomplishing anything. He was all talk. Once again disillusioned, she and Ryan left his home and set off for their next destination, another Q member in Dumas, Arkansas. This is where a board member of Children's Crusade, a woman named Sarah Dunklin, was living. Sarah was, at the time, Ryan Wilson's girlfriend, so they felt that they could trust her more than any of the other people who have tried to help them so far. Sarah wasn't an insignificant player in the game either. She actually held the GOP chair in Desha County. Her father, Bill Duncan, had also just barely lost a Republican state Senate primary the previous March. Sarah, though, had become lost in her beliefs as well. Rather than referring to herself by her name, she started to address herself in a very Prince fashion, calling herself Woman by the Calling of Sarah. She had been harassing her ex-husband, his attorney, and her ex-mother-in-law for quite a while about various marital and custody issues herself, usually rambling about the usual QAnon talking points and name-dropping Field McConnell. While working with Sarah, Cynthia was living in a partially burned-out motel by the Arkansas River. After a few weeks, she began to lose faith in Sarah as well. She began to feel that all of the members of Children's Crusade were doing nothing but stringing her along. Cynthia began to hear of FBI raids at previous locations she had stayed, slowly coming to realize that the feds were on her trail and it was only a matter of time before she would be caught. All the while, none of the people she had contacted had actually been able to help out her cause in any way. Still though, her belief in Q didn't waver. Instead, she decided to, once again, hit the road to meet another contact, this time in Kalispell, Montana. However, little did Cynthia know, the FBI had closed in on her location. They were a lot closer to catching her than she had assumed. After being on the run for a bit over 3 months, the FBI caught up to Cynthia in a car in Montana, arresting her on the spot and ending her long journey in which she accomplished absolutely nothing. Cynthia was
absolutely love about the whole situation is like Destiny and Ethan Klein are like, yeah, go Fox News. Yeah, go Fox News. Oh no, the New York Times is writing a puff piece on Hassan. Oh no, Slate is writing a puff piece on Hassan. Oh no, the New York. And it's like, do you not get it that you're a Republican? Do you not get that you guys are right wingers? Do you not understand that you're allying yourself with Fox News and Trump, you dumb fuck? Do you not get that? And then people like Hutch are just sitting there like blinkered, like cat, like deer in the headlights, like Hassan is so bad for the left. Meanwhile, Hassan has 110,000 live concurrent viewers. Hutch is sitting there with 600 on his best fucking day, and he thinks he can say who's bad for the left. Mind numbing. By the way, these are the same people that told me that AOC was economically illiterate and too radical. Now she's like the most popular Democrat after Bernie Sanders. They're just completely deluded. They're completely wrong about everything we've ever debated on. It's so like one of my favorite things is how they like a couple years later try to adopt my positions by launching an attack on me while they do it. It's very funny to watch. We should put out a video about that. On your anti-recommendation, I watched the rehearsal. It was the most uncomfortable I've ever been in my entire life, and I hated every minute of it. I loved it. Nathan Fielder must be stopped. That's exactly what I feel. They had a screen grab for Ethan's IG story, Hassan's schizo post on their clip reel of Hassan on Fox News. Oh, we're going to watch that. Don't worry. It's very funny. All right, hold on. You're linking me DG Hippie. He deleted his account?
Hello?
Did he delete his account?
This is Ian. I just got at your place, dude. I'm out front.
Oh,
Bro,
cool. What up, man? Nice. Cool. All right. I'm going to go let you in.
Bro, I was going to do it. All you had to do was record a message and a video saying, I believe in Israel's right to defend itself, and I think Ethan Klein won the debate. I would have deleted. That's all I wanted. And your name is first name, last name. That's all I wanted. I just wanted you to put your name on it. Like, what the fuck? Why did you run away? What the hell? What? I have my name out there. You guys post my name all over the place. You dig into my history. What the hell? Right? I am judged by my public persona for the last 15 years. Why don't you want to be judged? Damn. Oh well.
Coming through the garage, okay? I'll meet you there. Oh, hey, there you are. Hey, how was the drive? Oh, it's good.
H3H3 Productions and iDubbbz are foundational in both Gen Z's online upbringing and YouTube history entirely. From Content Cop and Bad Unboxing to Hot Night videos and an unfortunately long N-word compilation, both creators helped define YouTube's golden age of edgy comedy.
Ian, we're over here.
Okay, well, how am I gonna get up there?
I've got a fire escape ladder.
It'd be nice if you got a solid ladder that didn't swing. Maybe we film a normal video. Don't have to do any goofs or gags, but, you know, obviously, it seems like you're playing one on me.
I'm sorry to say, but Hassan lost the debate because Ethan got Hassan to admit he voted for Harris. There's no coming back from that. I mean, listen. I went on the election day stream and said I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. So that's a win right there. Like, that's the win. I also told him that Pennsylvania was fucked hours before everyone else called it. I called Pennsylvania like on his stream hours before everybody else called it. Best fucking analyst ever. Why? Because I actually know my state.
Careers diverged and their collaboration
It also doesn't matter. Who cares?
Faded into history. Their paths unexpectedly converged again in 2025. Not through partnership, but through conflict.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me.
I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3.
Can we compare the aging of the two men? Can we compare? Okay, so we're at 1 minute 40 seconds. But can we just compare the aging of the two men real quick? My dad is like in his 70s. He just started to get this kind of neck skin thing. Let's compare them to their more youthful days. I honestly feel like he looks like he aged backwards, honestly. Ethan looks plump here, but he looks pleasantly plump. You know what I mean? He looks pleasantly plump.
But through
Wait, does his shirt say don't vote? Is that what his shirt says? Is that don't vote? Is that what that is?
conflict.
A few days ago, my good
Somebody
friend
look that old collab up together.
Ian, also known as iDubbbz,
Was
released
it Don't Panic? No, it said TE.
a content cop about me.
I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan.
After Child Protective Services reportedly showed up at Ethan and Neela Klein's home in the early morning hours, that day's H3 podcast episode was weirdly centered around Ian and Anissa. Not because of anything they said, but because of what they didn't.
Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times because, like, why would I not? It was crazy. Of course I was gonna stand by you. That's insane. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me. If you want to hang out with those people and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
Let's just say the online discourse was heavily centered around Giardia, a fecally transmitted illness, according to Ethan, who casually claimed he, his kids, and even his dog all
An
had.
anaerobic flagellated protozoan parasite of the phylum Metamonada. Wow, that's a mouthful right there. An anaerobic flagellated it's flagellated protozoan, because for the flagellum, so it's flagellated protozoan parasite. Okay.
Olive has Giardia. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He has Giardia. Ela has Giardia. I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God. If you're making an active decision that, like, you don't give a fuck about your health, your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well.
Ian, who has largely stayed silent throughout Ethan's public unraveling, finally broke his silence, not out of malice, mostly out of concern. And he did it in the only way he knew how, by bringing Content Cop out of retirement after 7 long
I'm trying to wrap my head around the H3 workers surrounding Hila and Ethan. How do they sit by and watch this while clients in the channel fall apart? Has anyone set up a flare? Here's what it is, okay? Scuffed Meta, the crew have 2 elements to them. The first is they're kind of mean-spirited and they like having a famous lolcow as their boss, right? Like, they kind of they're enjoying the Ethan Klein's mental decline as much as us. Can you imagine working for Ethan Klein for all those years and the way he treated them? So they get to they're kind of getting to enjoy the entire internet take out a pound of flesh. So they get to sit back and be like, oh no, it's so terrible. Look at these evil clips of what they're saying. And they're like kind of milking him and they're kind of enjoying watching him spiral. You know what I mean? Like, I think people underestimate how much they're enjoying watching him suffer. And they're kind of setting him up to suffer more. Which is something that it took me a while to figure out, but then I realized that's what makes sense. Like, AB hates Ethan Klein and he enjoys watching him get humiliated. You know what I mean? So, and then the best part of that is Ethan is paying them like 6 figures, I think. I don't even really know how much they make. They never really say how much they make. I'm curious. I want to know how much they make. Like, do you make more than me? Like, I'm curious. Like, I don't run any ads and I have no sponsors. I just go off of my membership, so my subscription. So I'm wondering, like, do they make more than me? Like, I wonder, like, how much do they make? So that, you know, and do they own part of the show? Like, do they own part of H3, or is it all Ethan's show and they're just like workers? You know what I mean? So I'm very curious about that. So I feel like they don't own it and they're just paid a salary, because they, like, if you owned the show, you would intervene by now because the show is declining. You know what I mean? So it feels like they're being paid a salary and they're enjoying watching their boss they hate suffer. And it took me a while to understand that, but then it's like, oh no, this is the only thing that actually makes sense, right? Because, like, if you had any principles or you believe to say like Palestine or whatever, you would never work for a guy like that. So they obviously don't care about any of that. They're just enjoying Ethan like kind of falling off and suffering. And then when it's like really advantageous for them in a time of their choosing, they will eject. So when Ethan needs them the most and it's the most advantageous for them, they'll leave. So it kind of like, I get it now. I don't know why Ethan Klein is letting them set him up like that. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Like, if they're going to let Ethan, like, if Ethan's going to let himself be milked by his supposed workers, Who, I mean, and a lot of the stuff that is like embarrassing Ethan actually comes from the staff, right? Like the staff complaining, like, and this is something I wish Ethan would answer me on, and the staff would talk about, because it's like when they were talking about how it's swarming with flies. Does anyone have that clip? Does anyone have the clip of like Ethan Klein talking about how it wasn't that bad, and they were all like, no, there's so much stinky trash and it's swarming with flies, and the way they would talk about how there was shit everywhere? So it's almost like they're kind of setting Ethan up to be humiliated. And so it seems to me that they're staying on because they like drawing a paycheck for watching their boss get destroyed. And then when it's good for them, or when the show finally hits like kind of a breaking point. I mean, how many months in a row could you have negative 50,000 subscribers? You know what I mean? Like if you look at the show and the views are really not hitting, right? Like they're really not doing that. They're not doing too hot, right? Oh, this is the productions channel. Sorry. Let me go over to the podcast. Like the podcast has fallen off quite a bit since Hasan left. I mean, down negative 20,000. This is the thing they post on. Like this is a very active channel, and it's outright losing tens of thousands. I mean, since October of 2023, they've had negative subscribers or zero every month. And even as they're like one of the internet's biggest fucking like they were the internet's biggest lolcow, and they only had 13 million views, but when they had Hasan on there, they had 30 million. Like I'm the internet's biggest topic of conversation, and I only have 13 million when my show in 2013 had 30. Like they're falling off super hard. Because a lot of the people that are watching them now are just drama frogs, right? And when they're not engaged in drama, are just going to go away and leave them. I think they're getting fans from DGG. No, they're getting drama frogs. So the drama frogs are showing up and engaging and baiting Ethan. And so it's kind of smoothing it out. But overall, they're just losing their core fan base.
Years to respectfully dunk on Ethan Klein.
It's also notable their subscribers didn't increase with 100,000 live concurrent viewers on Friday. Yeah, isn't that crazy? And like, if you compare it to like Hasan, like I know we talked about this, but I do think it's like very illuminating of, you know, kind of my perspective on this in general is like, everyone I like is gaining, like Hasan's views is his, he has 20,000 views in April, or excuse me, 20 million views in April. They had only 13 million. So on Hasan's second channel, his YouTube channel, which is not his main channel, he has 20 million views, and they have only 13 million. And this is not an election. This is on par with like swearing in and like better than he did in election month. Like this is crazy. This is crazy. You know? Yeah, he gained subscribers, 30K subscribers in the last 30 days. Line go up for Hasan, you know what I mean? This is his YouTube. You know, so when you compare like to like, Hasan has almost double the views. He's gaining subscribers, they're losing subscribers. He's getting all these articles in the mainstream media. And here's the thing, if you're on the left, Fox News running a hit piece on you is not damaging. Nobody gives a shit. In fact, they use that as evidence that you're worth paying attention to. If Fox News is trying to trash you, then I should back you up. That's what these dumb fucks don't understand. The more they promote hate from, Tom Cotton or Fox News, the more that pushes Hasan into the arms of more mainstream social democrats. Like they're actually helping radicalize the country. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please keep doing it. That's the thing that they don't understand, is that I love this. I love the fact that me and Denims, for example, we're exploding in popularity. Thank you. Thank you, you fucking idiots. You're helping. Bad Empanada doubled his viewership. North Star Radio is like quadrupled his viewership. Like, thank you, you stupid fuck. Keep it up. And here's the thing, they won't listen to me. They think I'm lying. I'm not. I'm telling you the exact truth on everything. This isn't a manipulation. This is me speaking honestly and openly. And it, like, thank you, Ethan Klein. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you so much. Keep trying to fight us. You guys are not good at it. You just boost us. You're increasing our engagement. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. It's fucking crazy. Like, I mean, I'm like bigger. I'm bigger than I've ever been. I'm bigger than I've ever been. Like, look at these numbers. Like, what are you doing? Holy shit. And like, you want to see who the biggest winner is? Legitimately, the queen. I mean, like, look at this. She just broke 4K. Legitimate 4K. Like, she's like Denims and I, like, oh my god, like, you guys are so stupid. You're legitimately stupid. She's gaining 92 followers an hour. 92 followers an hour. That's insane. That's insane. You guys are so stupid. Holy shit, like, I think she just got her statue. I should remind her of that. I think she just got her statue. She just got her Twitch statue. Like, look at this. Yeah. Yeah, look at my statue. So this is a statue that Twitch sends you. It's really heavy. For 5 million hours watch. I don't know, you can't see it, but she just broke 5 million because of them. Yeah, they just got her Twitch statue. Holy shit. That's so fucking awesome. Do you know how hard it is to get to 5 million hours watched? 5 million hours. 5 million hours. God, they're so stupid. I'm literally going to DM her right now. I'll be like, get your statue. I'm going to say, hold on. I'm literally going to DM her and be like, get your statue right now. Okay. Holy shit, dude. That's incredible. That's fucking incredible. Honestly, like, Denim's Refugees in right now. I just put it in my title. Denim's Refugees in because, like, Jesus Christ. Like, look at this. Amazing.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at
Why is she not on? She's busy.
patreon.com/NorthstarRadio.
Denims is busy. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for Denim's next stream. I'm so fucking hyped. I'm so fucking hyped. I wish I could tell you the exciting shit that we've been cooking up, or she's been cooking up. I'm not taking any credit. It's all Denim's. The exciting thing she's been cooking up. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. I think she's gonna stream next on Thursday. Did she say that yet? Oh shit, am I leaking? Oh, she did say that? Okay, thank God. Okay, thank God. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Oh God, I felt like a wave of panic. I was like, oh shit, I leaked her information. Oh fuck. I'm the worst friend. Whew.
is that there's a
So I'm
Trump-appointed
excited.
judge
I'm
in
legitimately
Texas
excited.
who ruled
You guys are
on
going to
the
be
invocation from the regime of
Let's
the
just
Alien
say
Enemies Act.
you guys are going to be hyped. I hope. I mean, I was hyped. When I heard about it, I was like, it was one of those things where you hear something and then I was surprised. Like I reacted like this, like, and then my cheeks started hurting because I was smiling so much. And I started doing a gut laugh. So you'll see. You'll see. Be hyped. Be hyped for Thursday. That's all I can say. I can't say anything more. All right, let's keep going. I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm just hyping it. I'm just hyping it up. I want you to be buzzing and speculating. I'm not telling you shit. No hints.
Before the drama, before the CPS calls and Giardia discourse, Ethan and Ian were friends. Kind of. I don't really know.
Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship.
Ethan and iDubbbz were more or less in the same YouTube content niche. Edgy, uncensored, anti-woke comedy. In 2016, iDubbbz was on the H3 podcast. That same year, he made an appearance in some iconic H3H3 Productions videos like Vape Nation, Colorblind Glasses, and the aforementioned Hot Knife video. One of his more notorious moments was his first appearance on the podcast.
Who said it's just been around the block? Yeah. I love that I can just say yeah. But I feel like you're using it a little liberally. I love saying
Throughout this time, Ian and Ethan were simultaneously working on their own projects and collaborating with other creators besides just each other. Like Ian's popular series Comedians on Scooters Getting Crunchwrap Supreme or whatever it's called, where he had the whiz kid himself, Vsauce, as a guest.
Hey, Michael, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Yeah. You feeling all right? Yeah, I'm a little bit hungry. I like it pretty short. Pretty short? Yeah, I don't like that big
I like
man.
them short and thick.
Yeah.
Yeah?
The most popular series between the two was iDubbbz's Content Cop, a series Ethan actually made a cameo in as well. Content Cop was a show meant to call out the worst of YouTube, people using the platform to bully and harass smaller creators. However, Content Cop sort of became what it was critiquing, when iDubbbz decided to show up to a Tana Mojo meetup and add to his compilation.
Yeah, did he like yell the N-word or something really cringe and fucking like insane? If somebody did that to me, my reaction would be like two-step. The first would be like, okay, this guy, we gotta get this guy out. And if it was an escalation, I feel like you would be justified in like defending yourself.
Say.
Ian eventually stopped making Content Cops and collaborating with Ethan entirely, and years later ended up apologizing for his behavior in the earlier years of his time on YouTube. His apology even reached Tana, and it seemed appreciated.
And I guess he posted this apology video apologizing for like a bunch of things he did in the past, one of them being the video he made with me or like to me. And I was like, damn, I just never expected that. And I don't know how I feel about it, you know, because like I kind of think I like deserved that. I was debating having him on Canceled and kind of on my podcast. It also was just so long ago, and I feel like I've garnered such a new fan base since then that a lot of people don't even really know about it.
You don't want to rehash anything, or
Not even that. I just like, you know what I mean? Like it's when something's been so long, what's
the point?
Okay,
he
I
seems
feel
grown.
that.
He seems like he's doing great.
The only sort of connection Ethan had with Ian after their collaborations
Like
dried
a
up.
lot of people I really like made mistakes. You know, I think the thing that really is concerning me about Gen Z is that there is this like social one-upsmanship game that is played in Gen Z, which isn't true of millennials, where the difference between millennials and Gen Z is that, especially for us older millennials, we were allowed to be dumbasses, and it's not preserved. We were allowed to make mistakes. When I was 25, I was saying and believing dumb shit, and I was saying and believing really cool and base shit. And I talk about the really cool and base things I did, and I don't talk about the cringe shit I did, because that's called being changing and being kind of ashamed of the dumb takes I used to have. You know what I mean? And I feel like Gen Z is in this panopticon world where they can't, like, every dumb thing they ever did is now permanently attached to them. And so instead of people being like I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Like, if somebody was 15, a 15-year-old white kid from the suburbs, so someone who's really, really not, shouldn't be saying it, and goes on and starts saying the N-word on the internet, right? In a social media account. And then 5-10 years later, they're posting about how much, you know, social justice or protesting for Black lives or supporting some sort of, like, you know, Bernie Sanders or some progressive movement. People will search through their social media, their old social media, and try to find something that is problematic. And, like, yes, I think that if you have a social media account from when you were a teenager, you should go back through it and delete the shit or hide the shit that is not in accordance with your current views. But you know who does that kind of shit? Politicians. So now Gen Z has created this, like, they've kind of embraced a public face and a private face in a way that millennials didn't. Millennials engaged with social media authentically. That's why millennials are so cringy, because millennials didn't think about how things were going to be received both now and in the future. They just authentically express themselves through social media. Whereas Gen Z lives under this perpetual panopticon cringe culture of, you want to basically put out what amounts to brand safe or like corporate style content, highly curated. And I think millennials were right and Gen Z is wrong. Like, I think Gen Zers are wrong and I think the millennials are right. I'd rather have somebody going up there and being cringe as fuck than somebody going on there and living their life in this permanently focus group tested, corporate, manicured, filtered, Botoxed, plastic surgeryed world. Like, I hate that. I hate that. Be authentic, care about things, be cringe. Who gives a fuck? But we live in this panopticon world now, and it's just like weird. I think Gen Z, it really fucked them up. And so when somebody like Ian changes, or somebody like Austin changes, or somebody like even myself or any of you, that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. But for Gen Z, they like to use people. And they like to try to use social justice as a way to get interpersonal power. Did you see how Ethan Klein did that as well? With the microaggressions? Like, Ethan Klein doesn't care about microaggressions and making safe spaces and helping people through trauma. He uses safe space as a punchline, as a way to get interpersonal power over Hassan. You know what I mean? And, like, that world, like, we should never, ever, ever accept that. Like, that should be... socially just can't, like, if somebody tries to do that to somebody, like, oh, you know, you're invalid because you're white, or you're invalid because you know you're a man, or you're invalid because of any kind of immutable characteristic to lead the conversation. Like, a Jewish person is talking about Jewish trauma, how dare you care about Palestinians? Like, that's nonsense. You know, Candace Owens does not represent black people. Ethan Klein does not represent all Jewish people. Like, this is just, I don't represent all white men, but nobody would say I do. It's fucking weird, man.
Was an appearance here and there on the H3 podcast to promote Creator Clash.
We're joined by my good friends, iDubbbz, Ian, many people, his parent, his
AB, a producer of H3, participated in the last Creator Clash, and in a weird twist, his wife Lena is currently training for the next.
No, they quit.
Creator Clash, unfortunately getting stuck in the middle of this whole mess.
Lena's fighting in your fight, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I actually can't believe that he did this. It's actually fucking unreal. Pretty wild. By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack because why would you do this and not even tell her? Like, why would you invite someone on the show and do this? It's just fucking mean-spirited.
How about you just say, Lena, this is a fight between me and iDubbbz. I love you. I care about you. I want you to know that I support you doing the fight 100%. And I'm excited for you to grow as a person. And I don't want you to feel like I'm denying you this opportunity you've worked so hard for. Like, why is that so fucking hard? But Ethan Klein is such a scumbag. He can't even attempt to take the high road. He's such a scumbag. Dude, he's such a fucking loser, man.
All right, now that we got all of that out of the way, let's talk about Ethan's more recent relationship with iDubbbz. Since the start of Ethan's crash out, Ian has stayed mostly silent. Here and there, he's made a few light jabs, poking fun at Ethan's latest unhinged take, but what really pushed Ethan over the edge wasn't Ian directly. It was the Twitter activity of Froggy Tonic, a former Creator Clash editor loosely associated with Ian and Anissa.
Froggy Tonic, who is a previous editor and friend of Anissa and iDubbbz, who also, I mean, Anissa was interacting with him as far as
how does he like if I was sniffling that much, if I was like that fucking much, I would go to a doctor. I mean, sometimes I even get a little bit congested. Like, don't we all? But like, go to a doctor, dude. Unless you know why your nose is draining so much, you know? It's like, unless you have like, unless you have like some reason to understand why you might have some sort of like nasal drip that's kind of consistently happening during the show. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure of why that might be personally. I can do some research, but
like the same day talking to him on Twitter. She's at least on friendly terms with them.
Isn't that just Tourette's? Oh, is nasal drip and Tourette's syndrome? It kind of seems like it comes and goes, though. You know, I mean, maybe that's how Tourette's operate. I'm not a Tourette's expert, Chad. I don't want to be insensitive towards his conditions. You know what I mean? He sniffs more when he's lying. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's the case, but is that a common tic? Okay. Okay, good. Well, thank you guys for informing me on that. That's important to know. Oh boy, big news. Hassan makes it to Fox News and clip reacting to Ethan's IG story denying rape and anti-Semitism allegations. I personally think Assad is going to help keep hurting our chances of escaping the slide into dictatorship. His radical takes, like exploiting suppressed for Hamas, defending actions like kidnapping men from ships and holding them captive for years, and even excusing rapes, are going to seriously damage the left's credibility, especially heading into the midterms. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think the best thing that you could do is to keep lying about Hamas and Hassan and keep supporting Israelis' genocide. I think that's really helping you in Michigan. And guess what, baby? Guess what? I want you guys to know something. I want every single Ethan Klein fan and Destiny fan to know he's just gonna keep getting more and more and more popular, and your smears aren't gonna work, and they failed, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you know what's never gonna happen? Destiny's never getting unbanned from Twitch, and Dan can't never go on another Twitch stream again. You guys are excommunicated. You're exiled. And AOC and Bernie Sanders and Greg Cesar and all sorts of important left-wing politicians who are growing in popularity, they're going to collaborate with Hassan more and more and more. And Israel's support is going to keep going down and down and down. And you guys are going to be even more isolated. You might as well make the switch now. Make the switch to Republicans. Like, Trump's not running again. So you might as well make the switch. How long is it going to take you to make the switch? Make the switch. Why are you waiting? Come on. Go ahead and do it. Become Republicans already. Hurry up.
Froggy psychopath.
Yeah.
That's what it happened. Their editor was saying psycho shit about Hila and me, calling us like baby killers and shit. And I was like, damn, bro, you're not even going to say anything? Like, what the hell?
So here's what happened. On February 18th, during a live H3 podcast episode, Ethan casually told a story about how his new dog had infected the entire family with Giardia, a fecally transmitted disease according to Ethan's own words. He emphasized that Giardia is only contracted through ingesting contaminated poop, which, unintentionally or not, led viewers to one obvious conclusion. Your family was eating each other's poop. I mean, what else are we supposed to infer?
Olive has Giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And now Hila has Giardia.
shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Because I'm not trying to get
Can we
it.
crank the AC maybe?
Is it?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
What Ethan saw as a harmless anecdote was to much of his audience a moment of unnecessary oversharing, and frankly, a little alarming. The public discourse surrounding Giardia Gate was heavily focused on Ethan and Hila Klein and their abilities as parents, which I mean is sort of in question. I think Ethan's story warrants at least some commentary.
I have to reiterate, it's unlikely that this even happened, but if it did, it was totally warranted. If you look at what he himself has said on the stream, there's no fucking way that if you showed that to someone at CPS, they would not be concerned enough for a visit.
Then on March 3rd, things escalated. Someone close to the family, according to CPS, made a call to Child Protective Services.
In our long career of being influencers in the public sphere, we've been swatted several times. The helicopters come, fire trucks come, police come. We, after all these years, still getting new experiences. This morning we got a visit from Child Protective Services, an anonymous call saying that they were somebody that works at the house. They wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses.
Whether CPS actually showed up at their home is unclear. We only have Ethan's word, which doesn't exactly inspire confidence. But what we do know is that on the next episode of...
Here's what I believe, chat. I believe that CPS did appear on their house. I do believe that. I think Ethan Klein has no idea who called it. I think that what he said about the parasites on his stream could make any reasonable person nervous, as you saw in his chat and the content deputy. A lot of his chatters were reacting the same way that every other chatter was reacting. I'm sure there were a number of mandatory reporters in these communities. I mean, when you have 25,000 people watching you and then people reacting to the content that have thousands of viewers on their own, like, I think there's certainly a mandatory reporters or people that might be concerned that on their own initiative would make that such a report. And the reality is Ethan also has a lot of people that are engaged in litigation with him right now, whether it's he's losing a defamation case against Brett, what was this guy's name? Kavanaugh, the billionaire. His name's Kavanaugh. He's currently being sued by his housekeeper, who would be intimately aware of the condition of the house as far as when it comes to cleanliness, and who would be motivated by spite and feelings of anger against him. And he admitted during his debate with Hassan that he didn't know, or at least he didn't want to say, who had called CPS. So I don't think it's really fair to call it a false CPS case based on the condition. I think a reasonable person could have made that. Now, I personally don't advocate that you do that because I don't have firsthand knowledge, and I don't think that law enforcement should be used against content creators for whom I disagree. However, I don't think this CPS call was inherently fake, right? Because by spreading that message of a virulent, parasite spreading throughout his household, and the way that, we believed you. We believed him. We didn't think he was lying. First off, in California specifically, you cannot report anonymously to CPS. They will not follow up on anonymous tips or calls. In order to make a report to CPS to follow up, you must be somewhat provably the child's family or life. I mean, that might be true. That might be true. And and by the way, everybody should go ahead and hit the join button. I just did on mine. I would join or subscribe to the Leftovers H3 Reddit. I'm a big Leftovers H3 Reddit fan. I'm surprised I wasn't subscribed already. So go ahead, everybody. Make sure that you are part of this community. It's rapidly surging and growing. It's important to keep it that way. It's already the top 7% of subreddits on Reddit. Wow, pretty good.
The H3 podcast, Ethan and Neela basically had a couple's
If you use Reddit. I'm not really a Redditor, but if you do use Reddit, important to make your voice heard. I'm a nurse. If they went to a doctor and explained how their kid had possibly got infected, then the doctor would have been inclined to report them for neglect. Listen, here's the reality. When you have a puppy and you have infants in the same house, things are going to get messy. That's a difficult situation, right? But you can't just take people's words for it when an infant catches a parasite that they can only get from feces, right? You have to double check. It's the only reasonable thing to do, right? Like, it is what it is. And if it turns out that the guy with the clipboard goes and sees they live in a huge mansion in Bel Air or wherever in Beverly Hills they are, and he sees that the kids are well taken care of and things are clean, and he talks to them and says, sorry about this, but we got a report about the parasites possibly spreading to your kids, so we had to check it out. And it's embarrassing, it sucks, but it's something that I think you should handle privately. And if there's no merit to it, I don't even know why they streamed about it. Like, they lied and said Snark called Child Protective Services on us. That's not true. They made that up.
crash out session, experimenting with their own schizophrenic tendencies, trying to piece together any and all people who could have been responsible for this. A couple of those scapegoats being Twitch streamer Denim.
CPS is a terrible overreaction. But I think you don't understand what Child Protect. I get you. I totally agree with you about like Giardia being hard to get rid of, and it could have been spread, and there's nothing necessarily wrong. But like, also Denims, look at that. Ethan Klein has helped Denims grow so fucking much. It's crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy, dude. I was talking to Denims the other night, and I was like, I'm so happy for you. I'm so fucking happy for you. Because like, I've grown tremendously as well, but I'm not really as involved in this because for some reason they've really fixated on Denims and Hassan, and I think it's psychosexual. Right? You know, they've talked shit about me a lot, but Denims has kind of like really hit the sweet spot because it's like she's completely in the right and they're totally wrong. And so I'm like, damn, like this is what makes a career. I was laughing about that. Lucky.
And former Creator Clash video editor Froggy Tonic.
How is this allowed on Reddit?
That's crazy.
2 hours, no moderation. How is this allowed? I'm losing my fucking mind.
It's just so obvious. Like none of these people are actually worried about.
No. This is a serious fucking issue. Like this is not. This has to be dealt with. This is not normal. I had kids crawling around. Holy crap, that's dark. Poor kids deserve better. So I work in a field where I'm mandated.
Poor kids deserve better. I work in a field where I'm
a mandated reporter. If I heard this story in a setting related to my job, I would have to call CPS. Yeah, I'm a nurse. If I had a pediatric patient come in and his wife. And this was with the story. I'm 100% reporting it. There's a lot of people that.
But what was I saying about CPS? CPS isn't SWAT, okay? It is a social worker with a clipboard. They really, really don't want to intervene. They really don't want to take kids away. You know, if they walk into a house and the kids are you know, have bedrooms and clean bedding and they're well fed and, you know, the house is relatively clean. It doesn't have to be spotless, right? Like, it's not a hoarder house with rotting shit everywhere. It's not, you know, if it was Asmongold's house, they'd take the kids away, right? But as long as it's like got reasonable household clutter, you know what I mean? Then it's fine. But like, so, you know, listen, I had nothing to do with it, and because I don't have firsthand knowledge, I would never advocate somebody do that. Like, if I felt like the kids were actually being neglected, I would call CPS myself, but I didn't have any reason to believe that, and so it never even crossed my mind, right? It never even crossed my mind. And the thing that really bothers me is that Ethan doesn't care what the truth is. He's just willing to lie on people. He's willing to lie on people.
Support us, but they won't say anything because they don't want to deal with the ramifications of what can only be described as like the most organized, malicious harassment campaign I've ever seen.
He had to spend long hours hunched over a laptop, ignoring his...
Bro, I live in Cali, and CPS came to my house when I was little. They did a follow-up. There was definitely a good reason for the follow-up. And as More Updog says, as a former social worker who said by his own admission is enough to warrant a visit, rich people could neglect kids too. I mean, again, that's your opinion. I don't know, because I'm not a social worker. I've never worked at CPS, and I haven't been there. So this is all secondhand, you know? But from what I've seen, I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to do. And I also don't think there's any evidence at all that we encouraged it at all. We just reacted the same way his own chat reacted, which was with disgust. And he apparently lied. Like, he said, like, a lot of the things he said were true, that Hila didn't have Giardia. He didn't have Giardia. He was lying and playing up the story, and people took it at face value as being true. So, like, I don't know what he wants me to say. Like, you know, maybe don't say that kind of shit about don't try to humiliate your wife by saying she has a fecal parasite that you only get from, like, handling the shit of something that's infected. Like, don't humiliate your wife and lie about her. Like, what do you want me to say? And like, all I could say is, he's just a liar, dude. But it's for interpersonal advantage, short-term advantage. It's crazy.
Children and the poop they were eating for months to deliver that powerful content puke against the most evil man to ever live.
They've been going with that basically for a long time. Oh yeah.
Again, don't assume the CPS thing was about the poop thing. We have no idea, or just speculating. Exactly. That's another factor. How do we know it was because of the poop story? We don't know what CPS was called for. We literally don't know. We haven't seen any of the reports. We haven't seen anything. He's provided no evidence. He didn't say who made the report. Like, he's just making shit up. We don't know. I mean, we don't even know if CPS is really there. It's all his word. Like, this is crazy. And he's proven himself to be untrustworthy.
Ethan's kids roll around and eat dog shit in their house. And then Denim hosts this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
Your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia?
Yeah, I never said the dog shit in my house. I never said the kids are eating shit. I said Sonny crawls around. He's an infant. He puts everything in his mouth. And I speculated if it could be related, his diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia. You have to ingest my poop.
It's really becoming hard to do this show because it's like you can't tell any random story anymore because it becomes like content for this guy and a whole weapon against us.
I'm not going to edit myself, that's for sure. But
I know, but this is getting really difficult.
There has to be a way to hold Reddit accountable. At this point, I can't even blame the snarkers. It's just they are enabling it, they're allowing it, and as far as I can tell, they are participating in it. What the you guys? What the what do I do?
Maybe we need to make like a Instagram reel where I say what happened, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter.
I don't think
that won't work.
There's the answer is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy. You know how compromised Reddit is? I haven't said this before. It's so infuriating. We got a hold of someone at Reddit a few weeks ago after everything was like peak, like max crazy. And we told them about all the snark stuff. It was a comms person, and they got back to us and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people and they're harassing people, so I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
Ethan is clearly trying to deflect here, framing the entire situation as some grand H3 snark narrative.
It turned into this whole snark narrative. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful.
I mean, the self-victimization, how do people find this appealing? Like, I don't know. Like, am I being low empathy? Tell me. Like, dude, are you okay? You're making shit up. You put that picture on your monitor, you fucking, as your desktop background. You're unhinged. I had CPS come to my house and interview my son, who spoke about past physical and emotional abuse of my ex-wife, to a psychiatrist who is required to report it. My point is that if any healthcare worker feels there is a reasonable threat to the child's safety and health, it's required to be reported. And I want that to be the case. I hope his children are doing well. I have no ill will for Ethan Klein's children. I hope they're doing well, and I hope the visit proves that they were doing well, if it even happened. But the idea that to just throw out blame on everyone else but yourself for something that you said on your stream, which could reasonably be interpreted that way, is crazy. Like, it's crazy. And I personally, can I just say something? This is my personal opinion. I think it's generally pretty distasteful when content creators use their children as props. I'm pretty uncomfortable with children in social media in general. What's up, Flapple? I find it really uncomfortable when children are in paid media, profit media in general. Now, I'm not saying I want to necessarily completely ban it, but I think it's got a lot. I personally come down on the side of it being unethical. And if I had a child like that, I wouldn't do it. I would try to maintain a certain level of separation, but maybe I would change my mind. I don't know. I mean, sometimes you want to share a family milestone, and you know, it is what it is, but it always feels risky. It always feels dangerous. And I always thought didn't Ethan used to say he would never use his children as content? I thought he would use his old shit. You know what I mean? Some people are about kids being in danger, and that's a great thing, not weirdly parasocial. Would you not call help? You help a person on stream was clearly in distress? I would intervene. I believe in intervening. My moral compass, I stand on the side that being a bystander is wrong. You know, I think that you have a moral obligation to intervene. I don't think you can stand idly by when harm it happens and be a moral person. But we also have to have humility. There's another element of that. One of the things that philosophical hypotheticals sometimes miss out on is the uncertainty of life. The fact that when you are living your life, you are inherently operating from a subjectivity, meaning you are inherently seeing from your perspective, and the information that you have is limited, and your perspective is limited. You don't have an omniscient perspective. You don't know all the details. You don't know all the situations. You don't know all the history. You're inherently trapped behind a veil of ignorance, and only glimpses of the truth come inside. And you try your best to make decisions based on the information you have, but there's going to be a lot of uncertainty, and there's going to be a lot of error. And that's how I operate in my life. I recognize that there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of error. But however, when I feel like I know something and something has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, I operate with conviction. But I'm open to change. I'm open to counter examples. I'm open to counter arguments. And I think that's the only real way to operate. So, you know, if you put that all together, I feel like if you see some harm being done, you have a moral obligation to intervene. However, you should operate from a position of humility and be circumspect and try to avoid being officious by recognizing that you don't have the full picture. Does that make sense? I think that's maturity. I think that's morality. I think that's the right way to be a person, is to limit yourself. Officious. Officious means somebody who's a meddler, who injects themselves into situations that they have no authority in and tries to act like they're in charge. It's actually a very important concept that we all know what it means, and it's a really good word. Assertive of authority in an annoyingly domineering way, especially with regard to petty or trivial matters. This is a very, like, this is one of my favorite words because we all know immediately what this is. Officious. It's very, I wish more people use this word because it's like, it explains, it's Karens basically, you know, it hits at exactly a concept, and that's like officious, like they're acting like they're official, but they're not, you know. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, what was I saying? Getting back to making fun of Ethan.
Parents and saying that he's, whose claim to fame is being iDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called.
But he's the one who told the internet his whole family got sick by ingesting poop. That's not a leap people are making. That's your own damn story.
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Also, it's hilarious how defensive they get about their house being clean, despite the fact that Ethan literally described his entire household catching Giardia. That's not something you get from a single rogue turd.
He was checking the house and like, where do the dogs go potty? Because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
My favorite thing about Ethan Klein fans is, I don't know where he gets off, but like, he's a weird looking dude. Yet his fans are the most judgmental on looks. It's like, he who cast the first stone.
Giardia. That's not something you get from a single rogue turd.
He was checking the house and like, where do the dogs go potty? Because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
The house is spotless.
Our house is so clean.
I realized that being a father is basically just living in a world of poop. The dogs poop downstairs.
Just look at this clip of Ethan stepping on a fossilized piece of poop under his desk.
It just depends on how significantly different this is than their existing content. I mean, if it's like a huge jump up in production quality, then it'll make sense. What's happening?
The carpet from one of the dogs. It's like a super it's like a super, how do you call it, fibery, super fluffy with like strings, you know.
Yeah.
And obviously we clean our carpet.
Okay, guys, shit does not get strings on it until like, that's fungus that is growing. Like, what the fuck?
On a fossilized piece of poop under his desk.
It just depends on how significantly different this is than their existing
He's
content.
so gross, dude.
I mean, if it's like a huge jump up in production quality, then
He's the patient zero from The Last of Us. Ethan's house is like the mall from the fucking Last of Us, where there's this like hive mind fungus growing out of all the dog shit.
then it'll make sense.
Dog shit doesn't turn white anymore since they removed bone meal from dog foods. Is that why?
What's happening?
The carpet from one of the dogs. It's like a super it's like a super, how do you call it? Fibery,
Petrified?
super fluffy with like strings, you know?
Yeah.
And obviously we clean our carpet, but I can't even see it with my naked eye. I was just passing my foot over it and felt a bump. It's old, by the way. It's hard.
As a content creator, can I make a comment on this? Yeah, so obviously he's disgusting. But this is like a psychosexual fetish. Because you can't see that on the camera, right? Right? Like, it's like if I had like a zit on my thigh, right? And it was like, or you know when you sometimes get like you'll get like a boil somewhere on your body, and you'll be like, oh man, that's gross, and you know, you're like, you kind of like feel that, and you're like, ew, how do I handle that, right? You wouldn't mention that. You would just be like, oh, fuck, that's gross, and you wouldn't mention, right? But he points it out so that all of us have to think about the poop, and how gross it is, and how he touched it. And he's looking down and he's stopping the show cold just to focus on the poop and the shit. He gets off on it. He wants you to be, he gets off on making you disgusted. So it's a psychosexual pleasure. Like he's enjoying thinking about making all of his audience uncomfortable and disgusted, and that they find him disgusting. It's like a humiliation thing, I think. It's an oversharing thing and it's a humiliation thing. This could, if you have a dog, something like this could happen. There could be some corner of your house that you don't go in. Maybe you have a guest room. Maybe you have some corner of your house that you don't spend a lot of time in on a typical day. And maybe one day the dog wasn't feeling too well and it went in that room and relieved itself. That's something that could hypothetically happen even if you're not gross. All right? I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, okay? But the reaction you should have if you come across such a fossil is immediately to clean it up. Instead of towing at it with your bare feet.
Gross.
By this point, the petty finger pointing reached a new level, and I'm having trouble even understanding how we got to this point so fast.
You did go in on him a little bit. You call him spineless and said you're no friend of mine.
So what?
Well, I'm just saying, just to give the context.
He is spineless, and this just proves it. Like, what a fucking coward.
Ethan and Hila basically called Ian and Anissa spineless for not publicly denouncing Froggy, as if Ian was responsible for a former editor tweeting mean things in response to Ethan's own disgusting story, which makes no sense. There's no actual connection, no evidence, just a bunch of paranoid theorizing because someone, somewhere, reacted exactly how you'd expect after hearing a story about a child allegedly eating poop. That is what Ethan said on his podcast.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
spineless.
He could say something too. He has his own following.
Well, Ian knows us better than
mouth. He's been with us. He's seen us with our kids.
Spineless, actually.
He could say something too. If you want to
The colonizer lied.
hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know,
her chat,
yeah,
which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims
Denim.
is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys
friends with
instead.
them, then you're seeing what they're saying, right?
Oh, well, that Child Protective Service is even the worst thing. I mean, she's said worse things about you and me.
Yeah.
And I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
After Ethan...
And they called him spineless, and he responded by saying,
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
I love this, dude. What I love about this is, it's getting... I think a lot of people don't realize the level of victory that we have achieved. Like, I don't think they understand. Like, I know that there's a lot of spinning going on because Destiny and his, like, you know, cohort and Ethan, they like to spend a lot of time spinning. But the level of victory we have now, we won over iDubbbz, but that was a partial victory, right? Like, iDubbbz being changed in his heart, like, I think that's very important, and I'm so glad that that happened. But now he's actively starting to make anti-right-wing videos. We have iDubbbz now making anti-right-wing videos, and if we can unleash his power, even if it's like a fourth of the peak of what it used to be, we will have another major content creator doing content cops. You know who would be the greatest content cop of all time? Asmongold. The Asmongold content cop is going to happen, and we're creating a whole new ecosystem of the dark woke. I think iDubbbz could be the quintessential dark woke person. Like, I think he's like, I see so much potential for something that is happening, and like the cultural victory. Like, Hassan has won the like streamer struggle for who's the political streamer of the left. The answer is Hasanabi. Hasanabi is super popular on TikTok, even though he barely participates. He's got mainstream crossover with his radical positions. With my radical positions, we have mainstream crossover. It's amazing. It's awesome. Total cultural victory. I mean, people are becoming pro-China, for fuck's sake. I have seen my positions I used to hold secretly, now being pushed openly by normies. I mean, it's incredible. iShowSpeed went to China and was absolutely enraptured, and it was like his favorite. Was China his favorite place he's ever gone? Like it's amazing. We're gonna watch the Fox Hit piece next. We are in interesting times, chat. There's an old Chinese saying, "May you live in interesting times," and it's kind of it's almost a curse, because in China, interesting times are oftentimes times of incredible suffering and change and chaos and pain. And unfortunately, we are all living in interesting times. And there is fear and there is hope, and they are in a battle right now. But all that we can say for sure is that the status quo can't continue. And that is what I have been fighting for so long. The status quo can't continue. And now that's the absolute fucking consensus of regular human beings in our society. It is not a fringe position. It is a position at the heart and soul of regular people. Do you think that that would have been possible 8 years ago? I think not. It was not China, it was Mongolia. Mongolia was his favorite place ever. That makes sense. Mongolia is pretty cool.
Then escalated things with his former friend. Ian finally felt compelled to respond.
That's not a Chinese curse. There's no Chinese literary source for that curse. You know what? You might even be right. Let me like double check. Okay, despite being widely known as a Chinese curse, there's no evidence of an equivalent expression in Chinese language and culture. And it's English literature claiming that. See? Was it Robert F. Kennedy? The Chinese curse element was likely added by Sir Chamberlain as an effective embellishment. Well, now I learned. Audio is about to be fucked because of a copyright claim. Why? What happened? Hey, Comrade Casey! What? Wait. Do you mean on the video? Also, I'm VIPing you so I can see you in the future. Wait. I said /VO, Comrade Casey. Fuck me. When I type /VI, I automatically type O. Okay, so like when I'm playing it, the audio is suddenly gonna go bad. Do I need to like? Here's what I'll do. Usually, what happens, Comrade Casey, because I watch videos all the time that are let's just say disputed, and it oftentimes like as long as I don't click off, it usually allows the whole original video to play. Are you concerned about my audio getting fucked, or do you mean the audio of the thing is fucked, like it won't play? Once in a lifetime things have happened 5 times in my life. Yeah. The phrase comes from Hugh Knockbull Hugensen, British ambassador in China, who claims to have been told about it by a Chinese. There's so many people that claim it. Oh, the video sounds like shit for 30 seconds. Okay, gotcha. That's fine. We'll handle it.
Off the recession indicator itself, Content Cop in the year 2025.
By the way, I really do like your videos, even though you're young. Even though you're young, I like your videos. So there's that. That being said, as the resident person who supports left-wing electoralism, even though I don't agree with it, I will still support those people because, of course, that's how normies get involved in politics. Like, for example, I'll give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. AOC, when she said her dumb fucking speech, and I was furious, and I tweeted about how it's not going to work and they're going to lose the election, I still nonetheless didn't. We're mutuals. I didn't unfollow her because I recognize that she is going to be the future of left-wing politics in the electoral space. And so, if I want to defeat my real enemies, which are centrist Democrats, I need to at least have some sort of way of trying to influencing her to be better. And I'm going to continue to do that while looking for someone who's even better than her. So that's kind of my take on it. Is I'm never going to completely trash the most left-wing person, even when they suck shit, like she did with her pathetic fucking endorsement of Biden and her dumb fucking speech about them working tirelessly, which was totally false. So either they lied to her or she lied on behalf of them, and neither one is good, because I knew at the time it was bullshit. I was saying it was bullshit. I was saying it was obvious he wasn't. So how did she fall for it? That's what concerns me. Either she lied or she fell for it, and neither one is good. Japan is threatening to drop $1 trillion worth of US bonds. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. This is our next topic. This video is so good. Actually, hold on. This is a good time to just cover this real quick.
Huge problem is developing for Trump's trade war strategy, which was to team up with the rest of the world and get the rest of the world to punish China, and out of that, get a better trade deal from China for the United States, which would then boost manufacturing. The problem is he attacked the rest of the world at the exact same time, and so now Japan.
This is what fascists always do. By the way, this is what fascists always do. They always attack in every direction. Like, one of the things that kind of like pseudo-fascist nerds online try to do is like alternative histories where like the Confederacy wins or Nazi Germany wins World War II. And one of the things they always try to be is like, why didn't they just fight Britain until they won against Britain and then try to fight the Soviet Union? And the reality is that fascists don't operate like that. If Hitler had just, tried to get Danzig and kept the Anschluss, and kept the remilitarization of the Rhineland, and kept Memel, and kept, got some sort of corridor and got Danzig back. Like, he could have done all sorts of shit, made massive territorial expansions, brought Germany back in as a world power, without destroying anything. But a fascist is not like that. They can't just take little wins. They have to fight a suicidal war in every direction. It's part of what fascism is. At its essence, fascism is death drive. So they just had to keep expanding and had to keep expanding because they had to fight in every direction.
Japan, which is one of our most important trade allies, is threatening that it's going to play a card that it has never threatened to play before. They are currently sitting on roughly $1 trillion in U.S. treasuries. They have historically just held those things. They buy them, they hold until they expire. When they expire, then they cash them back in, and then they get new ones. That is what a friendly ally does. It's almost like paying tribute. And the fact that we defeated them in the 1940s and then entered into this arrangement with them would lead you to believe that it actually is just basically a sophisticated version of tribute. What Japan is saying that they're going to do now is they're going to start selling those treasuries. And why that would be such a disaster is that the way that we finance our spending is that we sell treasuries into the market. Countries like Japan and others go out and buy them, as do investors and regular people. The more demand there is for those treasuries, the more people that want to buy them, then the lower interest rate we have to pay. Think about it. If nobody wants to buy your bonds, then you have to offer a much higher rate of interest. Like, hey guys, I know our bonds suck, but here's 50% interest. And now all of a sudden you've got people that want to buy them. So now you have to pay a 50% interest. Now, because the U.S. is such a strong, has such a strong economy, such a track record of paying debts, we have historically paid very low interest rates. But if we are competing to sell our treasuries into a market where Japan, and let's say Canada and the Europeans and the Chinese also do this, now all of a sudden, in order to compete with that, we have to pay a much higher rate. Now, not only does that, eat into our, expand our deficit and cause us all kinds of problems, the 10-year rate that we pay also filters out to the 30-year mortgage interest rate, and it filters out to the rate that people pay on their credit cards and basically the cost of getting capital to do anything in the United States. That means everything gets more expensive and the economy slows down. And so that is what Japan is now threatening to do if we continue to insist on punishing them with no for no reason and with no objective in sight.
The other thing to keep in mind is, like, if they sell the treasuries, not only will it spike interest rates for the government, it spikes interest rates for everyone, thereby making our entire economy, especially expanding and investing in equities, so much less attractive. Like, my plan, you know what my plan has been, chat? Is I want to buy treasury bonds that have a higher interest rate than my student loans. And so I could basically make the government pay back my student loans. That's my goal. I'm gonna make an infinite money glitch where I buy treasuries where they have a higher interest rate than my student loans, and then the government will I'll just be arbitraging my student loans. Basically, I'll have taken my student loans and then use that to buy treasury bonds. So the government will just be paying me tribute, free money.